Chapter 589. In the interrogation room, Felicia and Raphael both left. Thales stared motionlessly at the empty room on the other side of the glass. His eyes were still and his emotions were complicated. Sunset Pub Jayla. The familiar name reverberated in his memory, stirring up endless waves every time he heard it. Ever since he finished chatting with Gilbert that time, as a prince he, who carried a heavy burden, had buried their sadness in the deepest part of his heart. Until just now, Thales subconsciously clenched his fists. The sin of Hell's River was not threatened by any external force, but it was still surging and roaring in his veins. "Your Highness, do you mind giving me another push?" Murat's pleasant and comfortable voice, coupled with the constant sizzling of the black vein vines, pulled Thales back to reality from his complicated thoughts. But it also made him even more upset and restless. Thales slowly turned around and looked at the Black Prophet. But Thales did not move, nor did he help the sickening wheelchair under the old man's knees. Why? Why here in front of the person he feared the most? "You brought Felicia here on purpose, didn't you?" Thales was expressionless and his tone was cold. The old man in the wheelchair put down his teacup and turned around indifferently. "Not just to let me see the consequences of what I've done." Thales' eyes turned cold as he looked straight at Murat. "You know her identity, her past. You also know my past. So you deliberately let Raphael mention Sunset Pub in front of me." The Black Prophet stared at him, his wrinkled face breaking into a smile. "How is it, Your Highness? Surprised?" For some reason, the smile was so awkward in Thales' eyes. Smug. Dark. Hateful. There must be a motive. "What do you mean by this? What are you going to do?" Thales stared at Murat, his eyes spitting fire. "Old man." The interrogation room instantly became oppressive and solemn. The black-veined vines on the old man's wheelchair and knees wriggled uneasily at an extremely high frequency, sizzling. In the darkness and silence, the Black Prophet chuckled. In the face of the prince's anger and accusations, he indifferently moved his wheelchair and turned around to face Thales. "I thought that when you saw how attentive the Secret Intelligence Department was to your wish, and when you heard about your childhood playmate again, you would be very happy." Murat looked at the young man in front of him quietly. "Thales, Prince?" He deliberately left a long pause between the two words, causing the youth to frown. It was as if they had returned to that afternoon in Mindy's hall. There, Thales, a child beggar, an illegitimate child, a boy with secrets and an uncertain future, met for the first time with Constellation's scariest and most sinister spy chief who was hunting for the forbidden calamity. At that time Gines, Gilbert, and even Yodel were by his side. Even the old witch Serena helped him. But now, in the lair of the kingdom's secret intelligence department, no one could protect him, except for himself. "But when I asked you for help in the past, you told me." Thales stared coldly at the old man. "Only when I'm strong enough can we talk about protecting them. Otherwise, they will only become my weakness." His gaze was indignant. "Being held back by others." Murat clicked his tongue softly. "Very well, you still remember." The Black Prophet's expression turned cold, and the surrounding temperature dropped instantly. "Then why did you ask Count Gilbert Casso to search for them for the past few years? Even when you asked Raphael for help, you had to do everything possible to hide it from me." Thales felt a chill in his heart. He knew. The Duke of Star Lake looked at Murat's smile. The old man in front of him knew everything about him asking Gilbert Casso to search for them. As always. But Jayla. Thales called the name again. No. He could not let the Black Prophet find her. Because that girl was not just Jayla. She was Jayla Charlton. The assassin's flower. See. This is the problem. This is the reason why you and the Secret Intelligence Department have been out of sync for so many years. Murat's cold but sharp gaze was fixed on him, as if he was determined to win. "We've always been on our own, unable to connect." The black vein vines coiled up on his knees again, hissing like many poisonous snakes tangled together. It was strange and dangerous. Thales clenched his teeth. The pain of having his disguise torn apart in Renaissance Palace, the pain of witnessing countless tragedies in the interrogation room, the dissatisfaction with the setbacks of the Secret Intelligence Department over the years, And the worry for Jayla and the child beggars all melted into Thales's veins at this moment. Together with the sin of Hell's River, it flowed into his tortured nerves. It ignited the dissatisfaction in his chest. It pointed straight at the old man in front of him. I've said it before. Put away your nose that's sniffing around, and stop meddling in my affairs. Thales gritted his teeth. Or have you made up your mind to use them as a bargaining chip to threaten me? The Black Prophet laughed. You were in danger in the north, Your Highness. Therefore you had many concerns and found it hard to trust us. So much so that you doubted our motives. I'm not surprised. In fact, it should be a good thing that you're cautious and think twice about everything. Thales interrupted him with a sneer. Then why didn't you say anything for the past 6 years? Why did you wait until I returned to the country, before revealing this matter in front of me? Murat paused for a while, deep in thought. You're right, Your Highness. We began to pay full attention to this matter. The old man's tone became stern. It's precisely because you've returned to the country. Because as the Duke of Star Lake, you're now, to be precise, when you expressed your dissatisfaction with my wheelchair just now. That's when you're truly powerful. Murat looked at the other end of the interrogation room. That's why we let you see that scene just now. Your weakness. Weakness. Thales was shocked. What do you mean? The Black Prophet grinned. Your Highness, you're young and intelligent. I don't need to say much to understand His Majesty's intention in sending you here. Regarding the mess you saw, the old man turned to the empty room on the other side of the glass. The black veined vines swayed back and forth, as though they were staring at Thales all the time. What do you think? Mess. Thales felt empty. Without waiting for his answer, Murat said slowly, the unemployed workers at the winery. The order for dual weapons from the blacksmith shop. The nobles of Blade Edge Hill protested. With every word he said, Thales became more absent-minded. The murders caused by Lettuce, and the Northland girls in Red Street Market. These are all. Thales' lips moved slightly, but he could not squeeze out even a word. I know. Murat's tone softened. You feel very wronged, very depressed, very sad, very indignant. All of these were actually not your intention. But this is the power of power. The power of power. Thales was speechless. The Black Prophet continued to stare at him, full of smiles, but there was no warmth in his eyes. Before this, I believed that everyone, whether it was Count Casso, female officer Gines, or even His Majesty, had warned you that as the Prince of Constellation, the Duke of Star Lake, and the heir to the throne of this kingdom, your decisions would have far-reaching effects, and the repercussions would be endless. Thales took a deep breath. I know, I will think of ways to make up for it. But Murat suddenly raised his voice, drowning out his confession. But maybe they didn't tell you the crueler part. Compared to the high position you are in, what you do doesn't matter. No matter how you make up for it, it will be of no use. Thales looked up stunned. What? Insignificant? Of no use? The old man wheeled his wheelchair in front of him, his voice hoarse. Because your behavior itself is more influential than its content and substance. What is important is not what you do, whether you do it or not, and even more so, whether you do it right or wrong, but that you are there. At that moment, the Black Prophet's gaze was like a bottomless black hole, with an unprecedented suction force that firmly enveloped Thales. It is your position and existence. What is important is not what you do. It is your position and existence. Thales frowned and met the old man's gaze. But in his mind he thought of the words of another person: Thales in this world. They do not hate us. What they are unwilling to forgive and find difficult to accept is not our actions. It is our existence. Under the power of power, your position is different from others, and the gap is set. Then, no matter what you do in the upper reaches of power, what will happen will happen. The Black Prophet's expression was indifferent. His gaze was unfocused as he looked at Thales, but it was more like he was looking into the distance. You make a small ripple, and the torrent will roll. You make light of it, but it is heavy. You whisper softly, but it is deafening. Murat sighed slowly, feeling inexplicably emotional. Power, it pours down like a mountain torrent and destroys everything. From you, to the noble of Blade Edge Hill just now, to the merchant de Gory and the blacksmith old Gilburn, to Miss Felicia and that poor vegetable and fruit farmer, all the way to the thousands of people in the kingdom. No one is spared. No one can stop it, and no one can stop it. This is the weakness that ultimately prevents you from reuniting with your childhood playmates after so many years. Thales was stunned. Your Highness, with all due respect, it is very easy to find their whereabouts. But what happens after you find them? Gilbert's words rang in his mind. Have you ever thought about the impact your reward, repayment, or even just observing them in secret might have on them? It is easy to do one thing, but it is extremely difficult to perfectly deal with the countless consequences brought about by this matter. As he thought of this, Thales became more and more depressed. You mean no matter what I do, power will always distort my actions, and as a prince, I can only accept it in exchange for a cold and hard heart. Murat did not speak. He carefully sized up the youth in front of him. There was a long silence in the interrogation room, until the Black Prophet's eyes focused again. In fact, to prevent such accidents and losses, at the upper reaches of power, at the top of the crowd, around us, a high wall was built. Thales looked up. The Black Prophet's eyes were bright, and he spoke with certainty. It's a buffer wall to prevent a noble like you from becoming a remorseful person with a single mistake. So as to separate the mountain torrent and thunder of power. Murat turned his wheelchair around and looked at the empty interrogation room. So we have social etiquette, lifestyle fashions, facade decorations, behavior styles. These seemingly unrelated factors are the result of power, the social dams it builds on its own in the course of its operation. Using differences to separate people, using differences to separate superiority and inferiority, using rejection to label categories, and using rupture to regulate behavior. To tell the world that they are completely different from us. Areltha Twernot. Thales frowned. The Black Prophet's gaze was sharp. That's right. They block communication, foster estrangement, breed conflict, and mark class. But it has also built a natural floodgate for the rampant, barbaric power, Li Yao said. Looking at the puzzled Thales, Murat snorted softly. Yesterday, if you had followed etiquette and drank that glass of wine, if you had followed the aristocratic fashion and eaten some other dishes, if you had clearly written no duels on your facade, if you had stuck to the usual aloof style of the royal family, and not rejected protesters like Anchor Birel. Murat changed the topic. And this is the weakness you exposed yesterday, at least one of them. He did not continue. But Thales' frown deepened. The prince suddenly remembered that on the day he returned to Eternal Star City, Mallows had unreasonably prevented the prince from showing his face in public, insisting that he stay low-key in the carriage, saying that it would save a lot of trouble. And he had arrogantly returned a sword to Mallows. Murat exhaled and allowed the black-veined vines on his knees to stretch wildly. Most aristocrats and high-ranking people grow up under such norms, almost instinctively. They know that they have to act with self-control, be cautious in their statements, behave in accordance with etiquette, and have a serious attitude. They subconsciously practice the principle of separation and division to avoid being a bad example and a breach in the dam, allowing power, whether it's the suction from above or the buoyancy from below, to engulf them. With a sense of disappointment, Thales snorted sarcastically. You mean, I need to go back and redo my etiquette lessons? But the Black Prophet's gaze was sharp, and he ignored his interruption. But this also fosters the habit of these people. They are used to doing it, as if it's instinct, but they don't know why they do it. They can't cross this high wall and dam. Outside the norms, they will be at a loss in the face of the barbaric attitude of power after it breaks free. The old man in the wheelchair looked straight at Thales and his tone changed. But Your Highness Thales, you're different. Thales was stunned. The Black Prophet's lips curled slightly. You may be of noble birth, but you started from humble beginnings. You stand on the upper reaches of the river, but you understand the monstrous waves of the lower reaches better than most of the children of aristocrats and the relatives of officials. And today, you see how inconspicuously they originate from the tiny ripples under your noble fingertips. Thales bit his lower lip. First, it's these messes, then my past. The prince suppressed the confusion and bewilderment in his heart. After saying so much, you want me to stand on the high wall. Make a choice between the gains and losses of power, make a sacrifice, and ignore and accept the tides behind the ripples in order to overcome my weakness and become truly strong. At this point, Thales felt dejected. Murat stared at him for a long, long time. But unexpectedly, the old man shook his head in the end. No. I told you to eliminate your weaknesses. But you don't have to be restricted by your means. In the next second, the Black Prophet's tone became urgent, and every word was full of strength. A slight ripple, and a torrent will roll. It's just an understatement, yet it's so colorful. A whisper is deafening. Murat's eyes flashed, as if there was a blade in them. From another perspective, this is not a weakness, but an advantage. This is the true power of power, a power that many people dream of. At that moment, Thales had an illusion. The old man in the wheelchair before him had turned into the deepest point in the endless darkness, devouring all light. King Nuven, King Chapman, King Kessel. These people seemed to be looking at him from the other end of the darkness. The black-veined vines made an ominous sound and squirmed more violently. You do not drink, causing countless winemakers to lose their jobs amidst the banquet organizers' suspicions and doubts about your preferences. But your clear taste in wine can also force winemakers to rack their brains to brew better wine, or to do everything possible to develop new export routes abroad. The Black Prophet suddenly became aggressive. Your reckless duel at the banquet will cause thousands of young people to bleed on the streets because of a moment of impulse. But your bravery and fearlessness in the face of a duel can also inspire the kingdom's martial spirit and sweep away the decadent voices. Your tolerance and indulgence towards lawless people like Birol will cause the minds of countless subjects to become unstable and restless. But your harsh pursuit of justice and life can also warn people of their evil intentions, deter unhealthy tendencies, and unite noblemen to go through fire and water for you. You will become the norm at the banquet, and follow the example of your superiors, which will cause profit-seeking villains to flock to the masses, and the common people will never know whether they will be lucky or not. But you can also make a decree with a flip of your hand, and make contributions with your words, leading the kingdom's direction, and opening a way out for the future. Thales stared blankly at the chief of intelligence of the Secret Intelligence Department. The old man said eerily, "You who are on both sides of the wall should focus on these, and not hesitate in the ruins of power after the flood has passed through. The power of power." Thales stared at Murat, his mind in a jumbled mess of thoughts. But then he remembered another passage. "Trust me, your people will always give you unexpected feedback that goes against your wishes. People will always respond to their rulers in ways that are beyond their expectations and catch them off guard." It was as if the Duke of Western Desert was standing in front of him again, with a ferocious and terrifying face, smiling at him with a tacit understanding. Thales felt his heart sink. "But you said it," he said with difficulty. "My behavior itself is more influential than the content and substance of my behavior. No matter what I do, there will be countless messes to clean up, and if I deliberately make up for it." "That's right." The Black Prophet interrupted him loudly. His voice, which sounded like a venomous snake hissing, was very powerful at this moment. "So you have to be more focused and do your best. Try to make the content and substance of your action." He stretched out his finger and pointed at Thales' heart. "Surpass itself. Surpass the original sin of its position and existence, and in turn, cover its weakness. Are you worried that with the addition of your position, your concern for your childhood playmates will become their ferryman of hell's river bell?" The Black Prophet suddenly brought up the thing that Thales cared about the most. "Then you have to think about how to make your concern, your actions, go beyond the limits brought about by your position of power, and drive away that life-threatening ferryman." Thales' expression was uncertain, and his mind was a mess. "What you have to do is not to make up for it, but to control it. Not to stand on this high wall and sigh, but to ride this high wall and ride the waves." The Black Prophet snorted coldly. "There's a Far Eastern proverb, a gentleman enslaves objects, and a villain enslaves objects." Thales was silent and deep in thought. "Your Highness," Murat pressed on the arm of the chair, and the black-veined vines on it gradually calmed down. "So was the former king. So was Crown Prince Midir. So was His Majesty Kessel. Hearing the familiar name, Thales frowned hard. He stared at the other party. What if? I can't do it. The Black Prophet smiled. You can do it. Murat turned his wheelchair and turned his back to the prince. From the moment you returned to the country, you could do it. You were ready a long time ago. Just one step away. He said sinisterly. It's just that you're too cautious, too fearful, and too wary of its unpredictable power and possible consequences. Thales gritted his teeth, his thoughts unsettled. A few seconds later, he looked up abruptly at the Black Prophet's back. I don't like you. I know. Murat did not turn his head. But as I said, it doesn't matter whether you like me or not. What matters is whether the fact that you don't like me can transcend the established position between you and me. The old man said slowly. Under your control, it will bring about its true effects. Thales' expression changed slightly. Murat took a deep breath, turned his wheelchair and prepared to leave. At this moment, will you be lonely? The Black Prophet paused. Thales cast a glance at him from behind. Lord Hanson, you said before that it's been a long, long time since you've met someone who can feel at ease in front of you without any burden, and who is not afraid to lie to you. That must feel very lonely. Murat did not speak. Only his back moved. Then, Thales' tone changed slightly. The Red Witch. At that moment, Thales saw the black veined vines on the Black Prophet's wheelchair sway. It said that Madame Kalshan, who can deceive you and is not afraid to lie to you. Is she one of them? Murat remained silent. Only the black veined vines wriggled back and forth, more and more jubilant. The atmosphere in the interrogation room became very delicate. A few seconds later. Please forgive me. I'm old and my energy is limited. I'm going to rest first. The Black Prophet did not move, but the demonic vines on his knees swayed horribly, covering the wheel of the wheelchair and dyeing it into endless darkness. Raphael, entertain His Highness well. Make sure he feels at home. Thales turned his head in shock, only to find that Raphael was already standing at the door. The Baron Bone Man bowed respectfully. Covered by the dark vines, Murat's wheelchair rolled in a strange and astonishing manner, carrying him forward and disappearing outside the door. The interrogation room regained its peace and relaxation. Thales stared blankly in the direction where the Black Prophet had left. So his wheelchair can actually move on its own. He murmured. There's no need for me to push him. Raphael came to his side and smiled. Sometimes some people just need a push, Ezechin said. Thales sighed. How did you get along with him all these years? Raphael raised his eyebrows and looked at the door where the Black Prophet had disappeared. He said. The Baron Bone Man said calmly. And I listened. Thales snorted with a gloomy expression. I guess so. Raphael smiled lightly and gestured to the door. As I said, you'll only feel worse when you get to the Secret Intelligence Department. The prince sighed and followed Raphael out of the interrogation room. Felicia, that girl left? With complicated feelings, Thales walked past the portrait of Princess Theodora, the glorious star. I'm not even looking at you. Why the F***ck are you scolding me? You narcissistic idiot. Thales vented his anger at the incompetence in his heart, and asked in a non-committal manner. Raphael nodded. Why, do you want to spend some more time with her? Thales frowned at him, looking displeased. Raphael smiled lightly and raised his hand in surrender. Thales glared at him and snorted softly. What about you, Cohen? He'll be fine. Raphael did not blush or pant. He did not look ashamed at all. When she realizes that he's not me. But you won't, Thales said coldly with a hint of bickering. When he realizes that you sold him out. It's okay. Raphael did not feel burdened at all and was relaxed. He's used to it. And Cohen, Raphael paused for a moment. The corners of his mouth curled up, and he kept what he wanted to say in his heart. He can't beat me. Raphael. The two of them walked in silence for a while before Thales suddenly spoke. Do you guys do this often? Wipe my ass. Raphael frowned and turned around. Murat said that I've always been incompatible with the Secret Intelligence Department. We've always been on our own, and there's no communication between us, Thales said faintly. I've brought you guys a lot of trouble? Raphael sighed slightly. Probably, he replied casually and did not say anything else. Thales snorted softly. Is that so? But it's not all trouble, right? I should be of some help. Thales thought of the mess he saw today and the mess the Secret Intelligence Department had wiped for him. What you need to do is not to make up for it, but to control it. Raphael was silent for a while. Do you want me to tell the truth? Thales looked at the barren bone man. National Conference, Dragon Cloud City, the Great Desert, Blade Fang's camp. Raphael's expression did not change as he counted the locations. Basically, all the times you acted freely and saved the world by yourself, the people you helped, were all hindrances. Thales' expression changed. It can't be? Raphael turned his head and gave him a polite fake smile. But, Thales caught up with him and said indignantly, National Conference, if I hadn't persuaded Zayn. We had a backup plan. Dragon Cloud City, if I hadn't gone back and defeated Lampard. We also had a backup plan. Great Desert. As expected. Blade Fang's camp. Completely hindrance. Thales did not manage to catch his breath. He said unhappily, Really? Raphael shrugged. The Kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department is the place with the most meticulous planning in Constellation. We have records of any accidents, including you. The Prince's but is one of them. When he heard this name, Thales took a deep breath and reminded himself not to get angry. Alright, let's take the most exaggerated example. 6 years ago, when you carried out Dragon's Blood. Did you think that you would lose control like this? Charlton? Shadow Shield? Secret Room? Chapman Lampard? Raphael looked back at him. Of course. It was all within expectations. Thales was stunned, and he immediately laughed in anger. The Kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department really dared to say that? Raphael shook his head and said slowly, That's the truth. The status and function of the Kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department, the relationship between the two countries, and the strength and weakness of the two countries have long determined the consequences of the Battle of Dragon's Blood. But most importantly, no matter how things develop, it is still within the acceptable range, and does not exceed our expectations. Even if there is an accident, it is within the scope of the backup plan. Thales snorted in disdain. Really? Thales took a deep breath and recalled the conversation he had with the Black Prophet about the consequences of power. Chapman is king, and his ambition is greater than Nuven's. Northland is rotten and chaotic, far more than expected. The prince is captured, the succession of the throne is in doubt. These are also within the plan. The two continued forward. Didn't we talk about it? It doesn't matter if Lampard wins or Nuven wins, they will still fight to the death, Raphael said nonchalantly. After Dragon's Blood, Exdet will definitely shatter inch by inch, and it will be difficult to gather, just like now. As for Lampard's ambition, the situation in Northland, and your whereabouts, it's all within the plan. All right. Thales sneered as he listened. He crossed his arms. What about the calamity? What if the blood octopus in Dragon Cloud City loses control, and the Queen of the Sky doesn't come? Raphael was silent for a while. Don't worry, we also have a backup plan. The Baron Bone Man said faintly. Even if the Great Dragon doesn't come, we also have an absolutely reliable way to completely suppress the blood calamity. Recalling the power of the mystic Giza, Thales smiled sarcastically. Is that so? I highly doubt it. Then, what about the Red Witch seeing through your plan and making use of her to lay an egg? What's the backup plan? Since we are going to Dragon Cloud City, we will definitely have to fight the secret room head-on. Raphael did not panic. Being stopped by them is also within our expectations. Didn't you come out safely? Thales curled his lips and shook his head. It sounds like he's being stubborn. What about when King Chapman entered Heroic Spirit Palace and prepared to gather the Archdukes to join the coalition army to invade Constellation? The prince said coldly. Don't tell me that was also within your expectations? You also have a backup plan? Raphael did not even turn his head. Of course. Thales shook his head in disdain. He said sarcastically, Yes, the backup plan is to make the little boy break into the chimney of Heroic Spirit Palace. Raphael suddenly stopped in his tracks. They stopped. Thales turned around, puzzled. This should be a top secret. But your highness, since you are so suspicious. At that moment, the prince suddenly realized that the Baron Bone Man's expression was extremely serious. Let me put it this way. Raphael's red eyes stared straight at him. Do you think that if Lampard had successfully framed you as King Nuven's assassin, and even persuaded the archdukes to send troops south, we would really have no countermeasure? Countermeasure? Thales frowned secretly. Furthermore, you've been standing here for the past 6 years, thinking that you've saved the world by yourself and turned the tide. The prince's expression changed slightly. Raphael's tone was very mysterious, with a very deep meaning. How did you know that on that day in Heroic Spirit Palace? An ally who secretly communicated with us and cooperated with us, Raphael said faintly. Only Lampard. His voice faded away. Time seemed to stop at that second. Thales was completely stunned. Only Lampard? What? In the quiet corridor of the Secret Intelligence Department, Raphael looked at the stunned Thales expressionlessly. It might not be very polite to say this, Your Highness, even though your choice back then was quite bold. Beside them, Oriental beauty. Elva looked at them quietly from the portrait. But you were just one of the countless spare chess pieces in the chess game. Raphael narrowed his eyes and said in a profound tone. One of them. Thales was stunned for a full 10 seconds. One of them? At that moment, Thales felt like he had returned to the bloody storm 6 years ago and the hustle and bustle of Dragon Cloud City that night. The calamity, Nuven's death, Black Sand's entry into the city, the alliance of archdukes, the South Constellation, the Archduchess King Chapman. But old scenes flashed in his mind. Thales felt his thoughts stiffen and stagnate. Dragon Cloud City, Heroic Spirit Palace. Everything in the past, like a beautiful painting, was just torn apart by Raphael. But no. One of them. No. Raphael looked at the prince's dazed expression, smiled in satisfaction, and turned around again. But at that moment, Byril. The Baron Bone Man turned around, puzzled. Anchor Byril, the assassin last night. Thales looked up slowly in a daze and murmured. Raphael, I want to see him. The prince frowned, looking slightly anxious. Now. Chapter 590. Why? Raphael's expression was unpleasant as he responded coldly. There is no why. Thales stood in front of the portrait of Lone Sail, Noah Almond, gritted his teeth and looked up. I want to see him. Raphael shook his head. I don't think. I know he's here, Thales interrupted him. While he tried to reorganize his thoughts, he insisted firmly. I know he's here. After the banquet, he was escorted here. In the corridor of the Secret Intelligence Department, under the gaze of the Chief of Intelligence of the past generations, Raphael stared at Thales. What are you going to do? Nothing much. Thales calmed himself down and made up his mind. But he is one of the messes I left behind. I have to see him. Immediately. Raphael could not help but frown as he looked at Thales' determined expression. I can't decide. I need to consult his lordship first. Tomorrow. You've been evading me for the whole day. Thales interrupted him mercilessly. For the sake of the past, you should at least be of some use, right? Raphael pursed his lips. But at that moment, if you really want to see him, Your Highness, it is not impossible. Both of them turned their heads. The one who spoke was a familiar man with a walking stick. He stood respectfully and humbly under the portrait of the pale Baron Sancho Doyle. Norb. Raphael looked at the man in surprise. What are you doing here? As the highest person in charge of the kingdom's secret intelligence department in Western Desert, Norb did not answer. He only looked at Thales quietly. The prince glanced at Raphael and turned towards Norb. Are you serious, Norb? Can you really bring me to see him? Anchor Byril? Norb nodded and bowed respectfully. I have the authority. Please follow me. Thales exhaled and stepped forward. Wait a minute. Raphael pressed on Thales' shoulder with a gloomy expression. Norb, this is none of your business. Don't interfere with my case. Thales said discontentedly, Hey. But Norb tapped his walking stick, signaling the prince not to be anxious. Listen to me, Raphael. Norb said patiently, Anchor Byril is a Western Desert nobleman. In this case, I think my long-term experience of lurking in Western Desert can help. I don't need it, Raphael refused. But this time, Norb didn't back down. But the Lord needs it. The person in charge of intelligence from the West Wilderness said calmly. In fact, he has already assigned me the interrogation and investigation of Anchor Birel before he is transferred to the Court of Justice. Raphael was instantly stunned. When? Just now, Norb said calmly. And I think that letting your highness meet him may help the progress of the case. At that moment, Raphael frowned at Norb, who looked back at the barren bone man nonchalantly. The two men from the Secret Intelligence Department exchanged glances in the air. Your Highness, Norbwin gestured with his hand. Shall we go? Thales glanced at Raphael and took a resolute step forward. Seriously? As he walked past the barren bone man, Thales cast a displeased glance at Raphael. What do I need you for? Cohen Caribbean? Raphael stood rooted to the ground. His expression seemed to have sunk into an icehouse. Norb smiled faintly and turned to lead the way. If you're worried, Raphael, you're welcome to accompany us. He became friendly and humble again. Raphael said nothing and remained expressionless. The figures of the prince and Norb gradually disappeared into the distance. The barren bone man looked coldly at the portrait of Black Messenger, Mason Jonvold. A few seconds later, he strode forward and quickly caught up with them. Thales quickly realized that the place he was going to was not simple. They took many turns, and in an inconspicuous corner, they set foot on a stone staircase that sunk into the ground. Unlike the desolation on the surface, the underground corridors of the Secret Intelligence Department were heavily guarded and heavily locked. He had already encountered several groups of police Ludo dogs used for sniffing. Even with Raphael and Norb clearing the way, Thales still felt that his progress was slow, and that it was difficult for him to move forward. It's a necessary security check, Norb explained patiently as he was inspected by a guard. Especially since you're here. This is even more important. Thales forced a smile and glared at a Ludo that was sniffing at him until it whimpered and backed away. When the guards pulled open a heavy iron gate and brought them into another damp and foul-smelling corridor, there was a commotion in the darkness on both sides. This point again. Can't you leave some leeway for people who want to sleep? What, we've lost the fortress, lost the Northern Territory, and now even my dignity as a diplomat. Your Highness Midir, why your legs have recovered. That's great. I knew that those despicable people wouldn't succeed in their scheme to usurp the throne. No, Your Highness, you must stop His Majesty. He can't marry that woman. He's here, with the ravings of the devil, he's here, with the conspiracy of the gods, he's here, with the cruelest fate in the world. They must have been hiding for a long time. They've been in cahoots with the rebel army. They even wanted to instigate the Duke to make him their king, invade Eternal Star City, and change the dynasty. All of them, yes, all of them must have colluded together to murder the Duke. Starlight, Starlight, long live the Starlight. Someone must pay the price. Damn bastards. I knew there was something wrong with the battle at the altar. Bulsh *T conquerors of the desert god's altar. Bulsh *T. Listen to me, it's Sylvia, Princess Sylvia. It must be her. She has relatives in Vine City. The people there specialize in making herbs. They know this the best. And those profiteers from Fragrance Merchant Group. They've always been dissatisfied with Prince Banker's policies. They colluded with Blood Bottle Gang to stir up trouble. In the darkness, the figures in the cells on both sides could not be seen clearly, but the screams and cries mixed together, making Thales feel uneasy. This is a special cell of the Secret Intelligence Department. It's a little dark and complicated. Norb turned a deaf ear to Thales, his expression unchanged. Please forgive us. Thales coughed softly. These people. They were convicted by the court a long time ago. Raphael took over the conversation. They should have been imprisoned for life in the prison of bones. But some people have special identities, some still have some value, and some are not suitable to serve their sentences in places other than the kingdom's secret intelligence department. Norb sighed. In Blade Fang's camp, if Stake did not die, he should be here now. Raphael glared at him. As you can see, many people are abnormal. They have ulterior motives and naturally, their willpower is not strong. Norb shook his head. They are just immersed in the past, unable to extricate themselves. Raphael's gaze on him became even more hostile. Immersed in the past. Thales's expression darkened slightly. The magical journey known as the Black Track in the mountainside of Dragon Cloud City appeared in his mind. Norb sighed. I still remember what Lord Hansen told everyone. Being able to forget is the greatest happiness. Raphael snorted softly. Why don't I remember? When did he say that? Norb twitched the corner of his mouth. 30 years ago. 30 years ago. Raphael immediately fell silent. Thales could not help but ask, how old are you this year? Norb nodded respectfully amid the endless cries. 42. Thales pursed his lips and did not say anything. They passed through another iron gate and shut the cries behind them. What appeared in front of them were sealed cells with iron doors and thick locks. There was only a small hatch on each door that led to the outside world. Here Thales was stopped. I knew you would come. A faint, deep voice came from behind one of the cells. Thales felt like he had heard it before. I just didn't expect it to be so soon. The prince frowned and turned around. A weathered face appeared at the hatch. By the way, boy, last night's wine was terrible. It was a man with a sloppy face but unwavering determination. He held the iron bar on the hatch and glared at Thales. I've been hungover ever since. Raphael and Norb looked at each other. They wanted to say something, but did not. Thales was silent for a while before he snorted coldly. Of course not as good as the wine here. Sir Arund. The prince continued forward, leaving Val Arund behind. Norb followed closely behind. I told you he will be a big problem. The imprisoned guardian Duke of the Northern Territory stared at Thales' figure quietly. He is older than you, little Baron Breed. When he heard this form of address, Raphael, who was the last to leave, stopped and looked at Val behind the iron door with a complicated gaze. Eat more in the future, Your Grace. Raphael stared at him for a while before he slowly said, Don't just drink. Once he finished speaking, the Baron Bone Man turned around and left. Wait. Raphael turned around. Val pressed his elbow against the iron door. After a few seconds of silence, he slowly passed a folded letter out of the hatch. Raphael frowned. You know she won't reply to your letter. Val's gaze dimmed. I know. The Duke's gaze fell on Raphael's hands. The latter subconsciously put his hands behind his back. But at least you can see her once, child, Val said absent-mindedly. Raphael looked at him for a long time before he finally sighed. He walked to the hatch, took the letter, and put it away carefully. All right. Val forced a smile. Thank you. But in the next second, the Baron Bone Man's expression returned to indifference. But we will only use messenger crows. Once he finished speaking, Raphael roughly closed the hatch. He shut Val's face in the darkness. Under Norb's guidance, Thales finally arrived at his destination, a spacious room. There was a young girl, beautiful and kind. Fate was not good. She lost her mother at a young age. But before they could step into the room, they heard an awful ballad. Here came an old pervert, drunk and groping the bed. The girl's eyes turned. There was meat soup on the stove. The song came from a man. He sounded smug and interested. That was my subordinate. Norb apologized to the prince awkwardly. I asked him to scout out the place first. Thales nodded. They entered the room amidst the man's humming ballad. The place was dark, damp, and depressing. The first things that entered his sight were all sorts of terrifying machines. Torture racks, head crushers, stretching wheels, skinning beds, spiked chairs, blood cradles. These were just the ones that Thales could recognize. When he was young, there were similar places in the Black Gold Casino beside Black Street. As for the ones that he could not name, there were even more small tools and gadgets placed on carts. Thales' heart sank. The figure of a fat man appeared in the middle of the room. His back was to the door, his upper body bare, wearing an apron, gloves, and a hood. He hummed a song and shook his shoulders as he rhythmically arranged the various tools on the cart. Wrapping an egg with a pair of tongs, twisting and turning, the pervert wakes up and cries in pain. The girl spins with a smile. Just treat it like a skewer, turning it 9.5 times, pressing the knife against the stick. the tip of the knife in, peeling the skin and opening it up to carve a small funnel. Heir, the criminal who trespassed on the royal banquet, was lying motionless on the recliner in the middle, naked, with his eyes closed. He had obviously lost consciousness. His limbs were bound, and his body was covered with cuts and bruises. Only his lower body was covered with a thin, blood-stained blanket. Thales looked at the bloodstains on the recliner under him, and his heart tightened. Perhaps it was the soundproofing effect of the hood, but the humming fat man did not notice the movement behind him. He held a hammer in one hand and a pair of tongs in the other. He twisted his buttocks, swung his waist, and danced wildly while singing. The pervert cried, "Girl, don't mess around, you were in a good mood last night. Why are you so violent tonight?" The girl smiled, "You're mistaken, I'm a flesh eater, I didn't eat much tonight. How's the broth in the girl's pot?" In the bloody, terrifying, dark, and sinister torture chamber, this fat man swinging his fat and dancing passionately was such a refreshing sight that Norb could not help but cough awkwardly. "Gomez." The fat man did not seem to hear him. He continued to move his buttocks, swinging his waist, and the hammer seductively brushed past his buttocks that were facing the three of them. Norb had to increase his volume. "Gomez." With two clangs, the hammer and tongs fell to the ground. The fat man froze in place, maintaining his posture of stroking his buttocks. The song stopped. The room fell silent. The fat man named Gomez trembled as he took off his hood and stumbled around. He was the first to see Thales and was startled. "Wow." Gomez breathed a sigh of relief. He wiped away the sweat on his face from his vigorous dance. "Where did you come from, little brat? Don't you know it's wrong to scare people like this?" Norb appeared from the darkness. "Gomez. This is Prince Thales." Gomez froze again. A few seconds later. "Ah, Norb, you're early. You're dressed well today. I was, warming up." Warming up." The fat man first begged for mercy, but when he realized what Norb said, his expression changed. "Ah, did you say you're your highness?" He glared at the expressionless Thales and sized him up several times. "Ah, your highness Thales." Gomez immediately put on a fawning expression. He tried to use the apron on his body to cover the fat on his chest. He was so excited that he spoke incoherently. "I'm the one from Western Desert, that. Do you remember, that?" Unfortunately, his naked, ferocious, sweaty, and blood-stained appearance reduced his fawning effect by half. Thales had no choice but to smile at him. "Wake up the prisoner." Norb felt humiliated and helplessly covered his face. Gomez smiled obsequiously and said, "All right." He turned around and picked up a pair of bloody tongs before walking excitedly towards Heir, who was lying on the recliner. Thales' expression changed. "Wait a minute." Norb stopped him in time and glanced at Thales. "Be friendly." Gomez lowered his head in embarrassment, dropped the tongs, changed a bucket of cold water, and splashed it on Heir. "Cough cough, Tina, cough cough cough." Heir, who was lying on the recliner, was splashed with cold water. He struggled up from the recliner agitatedly, as if he had just woken up from a nightmare. "Tina, cough cough." He coughed out the water in his mouth in pain, and looked around weakly. It was only when he saw the bandages on his hands and feet that he realized he was still in a nightmare. "Didn't we agree to rest for a quarter of an hour?" Heir fell weakly back onto the recliner, barely breathing. "It's the middle of the night, I'm not tired. You guys. Aren't you tired too?" Thales looked at his bloody fingernails, bruised and bruised joints, and his eyes that were gradually losing focus. He found it difficult to breathe. "Hey bro, wake up." Gomez slapped Heir's face hard and opened his closed eyelids. "Someone's here to see you." Thales let out an indescribable sigh and walked up to Birol. Birol. "It's me." Heir's unfocused eyes were confused for a moment, then gradually focused. "Your Highness." He struggled to lift his upper body and saw the young man in front of him. Prince Thales. Heir's breathing quickened and his chest rose and fell. He squeezed out a weak smile. "How have you been today?" He trembled all over. The blanket that had slid off was covered in blood. Occasionally, it tugged at his wounds, causing him to moan in pain and sweat. Thales held back his nausea, helped Heir pull the blanket back up and gestured for him to lie back down. "I want to talk to him alone," the prince said to the person behind him. Now. Raphael and Norb looked at each other. Norb signaled Gomez with his eyes, and the latter reluctantly took out a Western Desert Army-style waterskin. Open your mouth, bro. Gomez put the waterskin next to Anchor's mouth. This is the shaka wine that I specially mixed. It's a medical analgesic to make you feel better. Damn it, don't drink too much, it's expensive. Under Gomez's pained shouts, Anchor loosened the waterskin's mouth, collapsed on the recliner, and laughed out loud. Raphael was about to say something, but Norb patted him on the shoulder and pulled the aggrieved Gomez along. The three of them left the torture chamber. Only Thales and Anchor were left behind. It's useless, Your Highness. Anchor, whose limbs were bound, struggled to turn his head, his words stuttering. His words were intermittent. This is the kingdom's secret intelligence department. Once you leave, they will come again, and force me to repeat what I told you. Thales looked at the tortured Anchor, trying not to look at the wounds on his body. I know. The young man felt stifled. I just want you to feel more at ease. Anchor stared at him quietly and flashed a tired smile. You are a good man, Your Highness. But as kind and generous as you. Have you found a way not to be a pawn? Thales paused, his eyes rippling. What's the difference between you and him? The last words he said to Anchor at the royal banquet replayed in his ears. I just understand the other pawns. This man, he chose to believe me, so he let go of the sword. And what can I do for him? Recalling his experience in Ballard Room, Thales pursed his lips, wanting to speak but hesitating. I understand. Seeing the prince's expression, Anchor panted as if he understood something. I'm sorry to have troubled you. Whether it was yesterday or now. Thales took a deep breath and forced himself to put away his negative emotions. No, the case is still under trial. There's still a chance. Anchor leaned back in his chair, gritting his teeth in a muffled grunt. No need to comfort me, Your Highness. The Birel family has long since gone bankrupt and has nothing to show for it. He smiled bitterly. And I've studied the kingdom's laws before I came here. Armed assassination against the royal family is punishable by death. What's more, my actions have incited discord between Western Desert and the royal family, alienated the 7 attendants and Renaissance Palace, alienated you and His Majesty, and even involved many unspeakable secrets in the land measurement order. It's extremely tricky and a headache. All stakeholders will be happy to add insult to injury. Anchor stared straight at the ceiling, his gaze unfocused in the dim light. I'm hopeless. Thales draped his recliner, or torture chair, and gritted his teeth. Not necessarily. The Duke of Star Lake recalled the Black Prophet's words and forced himself to smile. I can think of a way to offend the royal family. As for the rest, I can communicate with Baron Doyle and persuade him to be kind. The prince tried to piece together the words he had thought of to make them more beautiful, or at least less feeble. As long as both sides agree, the debts between your families can be settled. As for the land dispute between Crocaw City and Mirror River, no, Your Highness. Anchor interrupted him. The young Western Desert noble forced a bitter smile, looked at Thales gently but hopelessly, and shook his head weakly but decisively. We all know very well that this is no longer a problem between Crocaw City and Mirror River. Thales' words came to a halt, and he could not continue. Your Highness, do you know the situation in Western Desert now? On the recliner, Anchor looked at the prince silently, but his gaze was distant, as if he was gazing into the distance from the other side of Hell's River. After the Desert War, Blade Fang's Dune and the regular army of the royal family were like a sharp knife, stabbing straight into the heart of Western Desert. With the military control of the Western frontline, they kept the selfish, xenophobic, conservative, and divided Western Desert dukes in check, and became the best reason for Renaissance Palace to implement the royal government in Western Desert. Land Measurement Order, and Border County Development Order, which made the suzerains gnash their teeth in frustration. Thales could not help but frown. He thought of Blessingstown, and the Count of Wingfort, Derek Chroma, who told him about Western Desert's predicament on the way back to Eternal Star City from Western Desert. That's right. In order to save my father's mess and find a turning point for the family and a loophole in the contract, I read all the official documents and decrees between the Western Desert, and the Central Territory in the past 10 years. I can almost recite them backwards. Anchor's face was flushed, and he smiled at him. His breathing was much more even, and he no longer groaned and moaned. The pauses between his sentences also lessened. It seemed that Gomez's wine was taking effect. But 10 years have passed, and the cunning, realistic, passive, and mischievous dukes of Western Desert have found the most shameless way to deal with it. The most shameless way to deal with it? Thales was stunned. Anchor's spirits improved slightly. He thought hard, and he was no longer dispirited. On one hand, they claim to be insincere, so that the military in Blade Fang's camp becomes the norm. On the other hand, they deliberately fan the flames, so that the lower-ranked nobles are filled with resentment. Over time, without the royal decree, the wartime control order has no legitimacy. Without the help of the kingdom's regular army, it is difficult to carry out government decrees. If the envoy from Renaissance Palace is not the legendary Wing himself, no one will respect him. And the conflict between my family and Doyle is getting deeper and deeper, and it is difficult to resolve. Anchor's gaze gradually focused. He persisted in speaking, as if realizing that this was the rest of his short life. This has instead turned the desert frontline into a protective talisman for the Dukes of Western Desert. They want to slowly get used to this knife, assimilate this knife, and at the same time, make it the king's brilliant plan and impediment. Just like how my father shamelessly carries a huge debt, and the creditors can do nothing about it. Ha ha ha. Insincere, fanning the flames, shameless, Thales took a deep breath. He recalled what Gilbert had told him about the divided Western Desert. However, Anchor's tone changed. So this sharp knife stuck in the heart of Western Desert exceeded the expectations of both parties, and entered the most awkward tug-of-war. Anchor took a deep breath, cherishing the few moments where the alcohol allowed him to ignore pain. The people of Western Desert are in pain. This sharp knife is stuck in their vitals, and has always been the most hated thorn in their flesh, but they still have to endure the pain and try to assimilate it into their limbs and protective talisman. Renaissance Palace is tired. The hand that holds the knife expends a lot of energy, but it does not know whether to stab or pull it out. It is immobile, and it is difficult to advance or retreat. If we advance, we will cause a huge mess, and the losses outweigh the gains. If we retreat, all our previous efforts will be in vain. Thales' gaze changed. At that moment, he seemed to see a black and white chessboard. On one end was his father's magnificent and noble staff of constellation. On the other end was the inconspicuous wooden cane in Fakenhas's hand. Both sides are waiting, and waiting, waiting for an opportunity. Perhaps it is a foreign war, a crisis, a major event. The people of Western Desert are waiting for a turning point in the situation, while Renaissance Palace is waiting for a further opportunity. Thales nodded and wiped away the bloodstains that obscured Anchor's vision. I know. For example, my return to the country, the ownership of Blade Fang's camp, the invasion of the Baron and mixed breeds. Both sides are going back and forth, dealing with each other as they see fit. For example, Thales did not continue, but looked at Anchor quietly. Anchor forced a smile and nodded weakly. And I realized that the Birol family, who had nowhere else to go, wanted to save themselves, and the only way was to seize this opportunity. Let my family's case climb to the heart of the struggle, and hitch a ride on this carriage that is the center of attention. Thales lowered his head and sighed. So I had to die. It would be best if I died at a banquet, in a duel, like a hero, to leave a protective talisman for my family, to protect my property, land and title. Anchor straightened his upper body, ignoring the open wound. His breathing quickened, and his voice became sharper, as if he had returned to yesterday's battle. Until you, Anchor stared blankly at the prince, helpless and at a loss, with a plea that he himself was not aware of. Thales' hand on the recliner shook slightly. So, Anchor realized something. He lay back on the chair and fell silent. No one can save me, Your Highness. Not even you. You. Thales was stunned and speechless. He was right. He could not save him. He could not even face his father's interrogation in Ballard Room. There was a moment of silence in the torture chamber. I'm sorry, Thales said with difficulty, feeling that his tone was dry and meaningless. No. Anchor turned his head and curled the corners of his lips. His eyes were gloomy. Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you for facing the injustice of others, facing the pleas of desperation, facing the suffering of others. You did not respond with indifference but turned around and waved your sleeves. Even if you could. Thank you for your mercy at the banquet. Mercy. Thales could not help but recall Zayn's words. You used your power to cut off this hope. Regardless of victory or defeat in the duel, life or death, whether you killed the prince or never overturned the case, his family would be doomed eternally. You took advantage of his humanity, forced him to give up the duel, and even forced him to live. You were so stingy that you were not even willing to grant him the mercy of death. Now who is the heartless one? The prince shuddered slightly. Anchor said in a daze, Thank you for being willing to come here and listen to my voice, or my last words. Thank you for being as tolerant, just kind, and wise as you are rumored to be. Anchor looked at the ceiling, but the corners of his lips curled up into a smile, as if he was looking at a beautiful dream. There's no sunlight here, but it's not that dark, is it? Thales could not take it anymore and slapped the cart next to him. He took a deep breath and turned around. Anchor, I promise you about your father and the Doyle family. It doesn't matter anymore. Anchor shook his head, his eyes lifeless. I know my father, Your Highness. He's just a damned bastard. He's obstinate and self-opinionated. He's extravagant and self-righteous. His expression was disgusted and contemptuous. Thales stared at him blankly. Anchor. Marrying him was my mother's greatest misfortune in her life. Marrying her was my father's greatest fortune. Anchor snorted. Yes, in order to catch people's attention, what I said at the banquet was insincere and untruthful. My father brought this upon himself. He smiled apologetically at Thales. I know, I've always known. Even if Doyle's scheme didn't make him squander his fortune, he would have fallen into the hands of others. It was just a matter of time. It has nothing to do with anyone. And it has nothing to do with you. Thales did not speak. He only lowered his head and held Anchor's hand, feeling him squeeze it even harder as he continued to listen to his confession. Just like in the prison of bones. Anchor was lost in thought as he recounted his troubles like a child. In fact, ever since I was young, my father was best at whipping his wife and children, just like most fathers in Western Desert. In the Tower of Eradication, Teacher Curadle said that I was very perceptive and sensitive to the enemy's attacks, very suitable for the Rose Line. Anchor was contemptuous at first, then broke into laughter. I could only tell him that this was the result of my training since I was young, a family tradition. A family tradition, ha 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 ha. Whether you believe it or not, Thales said in a low voice, being good at taking beatings is also a family tradition. Anchor glanced at him, and the two smiled at each other. Maybe we should have known each other earlier, and exchanged insights. But the young man's smile became more bitter, and heavy. Thales listened quietly, like it was the last thing he could do. Byral exhaled. I was never close to my father, and I don't want to pay for the mess he left behind. Anchor shook his head, the conflict in his eyes slowly turning into relief. But we have no choice, right? Especially our origins. I was never close to my father. We have no choice. Especially our origins. At that moment, Thales, who was in a trance, felt his hand tighten, and the sin of Hell's river jumped slightly. Anchor. The prince endured the pain, and gently patted the back of Anchor's hand to make him relax. But Anchor Byral just stared blankly at the void. But my brothers and sisters, they are innocent, just like our mother. They should not be like me, burdened by their father's shadow. They should walk out of Western Desert and see the world outside, just like I promised them. Anchor came back to his senses, full of disappointment. But I can't see it. Thales closed his eyes. My father's shadow. At that moment, he seemed to see the figure at the end of the long table in Ballard Room, or the throne at the end of the long corridor in the council chamber. They will be fine. The prince opened his eyes and tried his best to comfort Anchor. Your sisters-in-law, I swear. I'll do my best. Anchor looked at him and nodded laboriously. It's impossible to count on Byral to keep his title, land, and provide them with adequate food and clothing. Anchor seemed to recall something and tried his best to explain. But my mother, she deposited a sum of money in the royal bank when she was alive. The proof is in the hands of our maid, Tina. After I die, that might be enough to raise my younger siblings until they become adults. Not necessarily. Before I came, I really didn't expect the prices in the capital city to be so expensive. Anchor smiled bitterly. I just need your help not to let others find out, especially my father's creditors. The Doyles are not the only family, especially after Crocaw City's land has been reclaimed. Thales exhaled, trying his best to calm his voice and instill confidence. I will get someone to look after it, Thales said seriously. In Western Desert, Duke Fakenhas will give me face, and Derek Chroma of Wingfort is also my friend. The truth was he did not know if they were his friends. But he had to say it. He had to. But in the next second, Thales' palms trembled. He quickly looked at Anchor, who was agitated, his chest heaving up and down. Anchor, don't be agitated, maintain your strength. It took Anchor a few seconds to recover. It's all right, Your Highness. He was sweating profusely and tried his best to smile. Even if I'm someone's pawn, it's still my choice. Thales looked at him, all sorts of feelings welling up in his heart. But he had a thought. Speaking of pawns, the prince said slowly, there's still one more thing I can't figure out, Anchor. Anchor turned his head slowly and looked at him in confusion. Zayn Covendier, as the instigator of the conspiracy, he specifically told me yesterday, Thales said in a low voice, trying not to let his emotions affect his judgment. He asked me to come and see you in prison when I'm free. Anchor's palms froze. The Duke of Star Lake said solemnly, he also said, His Majesty will be very happy. Why? Why did he say that? Anchor Byrel? End of this chapter. Chapter 591. In that second, Anchor was stunned. He stared blankly at Thales. His Majesty will be very, very happy. The Western Desert man turned his head absent-mindedly and muttered to himself. Is that so? Is that so? Thales frowned. This morning, Zayn gave in to my father. He cut a big chunk of his flesh for this, then ran back to Jade City, as if it was planned. What's in it? Thales stared at Anchor. What's in it for Zayn Covendier and his South Coast Hill to help you create this big news? Just to embarrass me? And then watch you being executed? Anchor was still in a daze and did not speak for a long time. Anchor? Thales had to raise his voice. Byrel trembled slightly and came to his senses. He looked at Thales blankly. His lips trembled as if he wanted to say something. Do you know, Your Highness? Anchor finally spoke a few seconds later, but what he said had nothing to do with Thales' question. If I die in a duel, or at the hands of the guards, it's my own doing. It's no one's fault. Anchor said blankly. But you said you wanted to give me a chance. But do you know that when you stopped me, you stopped the weight of a life? He looked at Thales like a walking corpse. That was brave. But also very stupid. In the next second, Anchor's expression kept changing, his facial muscles contorted, as if he was having an intense mental struggle. Something was wrong. Thales frowned. Anchor's behavior was not right. How interesting. Thales' tone was calm as he continued to speak. More than one person has said I'm stupid, and it was after I made them suffer. Thales recalled the people who had said that, Nuvin Chapman Kessel, but Byrel ignored the prince's words. But why did I agree at the time? Why should I give you the sword? He was immersed in his own world, his words flowing like pearls. I'm just a pawn. Why should I overthink? The more Anchor spoke, the more agitated he became, until he sobbed bitterly. Perhaps I still have a hint of foolishness left in me. The Western Desert noble gritted his teeth, but he could not stop the tears on his cheeks. A trace of weakness, a trace of luck. I want to believe. To rely on. His reaction made Thales even more suspicious. But when they were dealing with me, I suddenly thought of something. Anchor bit his lower lip, his eyes brimming with tears. You are only one person. Thales had no choice but to comfort him, more to calm him down. If I believed you and relied on you. But you? Who can you trust? Who can you rely on? The next second, Anchor suddenly struggled. He did not care about the pain of his limbs being tied up, nor did he care about the terrifying wounds all over his body. He exerted force in his hands and pulled Thales in front of him. The astonished Thales had no choice but to hold on to the other side of the recliner to maintain his balance. At that moment, Thales realized that he was face to face with Anchor. And his eyes were filled with fear? "Your Highness, you are also just another chess piece, aren't you?" Anchor gripped his hand tightly, his body trembling to its peak. "Another chess piece? What else did Zayn say to you, Anchor? Why did he insist that I come to see you? Since things are as you said, irreparable?" The Duke of Star Lake stared at Byril. "What other chess pieces does he have? What is it?" Anchor let out a painful whimper. "Reason tells me that it's wrong. I shouldn't have taken my chances. The desert god is merciful. The desert god is merciful." He breathed heavily and spoke incoherently. His meaning was unclear. "Your Highness, you shouldn't be weak either. The desert god has no disasters, but the world has disasters." Thales grabbed Anchor's hand tightly, watching his painful and fragile tears, and became more certain of his judgment. Anchor was a chess piece, but Zayn was not the whole game. "Anchor." Thales reached out decisively, hugged Anchor's head from both sides, and looked straight into his eyes, as if he was looking into his soul. "Think about your family, think about why you came to the capital." Anchor shuddered. "We are the same people," the prince said in an irrefutable tone. "No matter what we face, let me help you." Anchor stared back at the prince blankly, his gaze blank and helpless. But Thales' gaze was unwavering, overbearing, not allowing him to retreat. The next second, Anchor exhaled. With this exhalation, he seemed to have lost all his strength and fell weakly back onto the recliner. But Thales was stunned. Sobs could be heard in the air. In front of the prince, a wounded Anchor lay dejectedly on the chair. The young man bit his lip and trembled. Hot tears rolled down his cheeks. Anchor Byril. Thales felt suffocated. This man who dared to make a scene at a royal banquet and exchange his life for the future of his family, cried. Thales suddenly thought of Ralph. That night, the phantom wind follower, who had lost all hope, cried in front of him. Just like Anchor Byril at this moment. The prince sighed, sat on a stool beside him, and lowered his head dejectedly. He suddenly lost interest in knowing the answer, and did not want to pursue the matter further. At this moment, Tina. Thales looked up. Anchor was lying on the chair, holding back his sobs as he whimpered. "Tina Amore." The prince frowned. "What?" Anchor took a deep breath, as if it could give him courage. "Tina Amore, the daughter of the former Baron of Amore Town," he said intermittently like a zombie. "She's living in Crocaw City, in our Byril household." Thales was puzzled. "I don't understand. What does this have to do with her?" Anchor looked up abruptly. 5 years ago. He raised his voice, his expression mournful, like a prisoner on death row heading to the execution ground. The case of tax exemption for the development of border counties caused the most controversy in the Western Wilderness. In the Western Wilderness, Baron Imolii Town returned from a trip to the Blade Edge Hill. However, he was infected with the mist plague and his entire family died. Thales was stunned. But Tina didn't. Anchor widened his eyes and stared at the prince. For 5 years she tried to forget the past, hid her identity, and lived with us as a maid, after I left my father's castle with my sister-in-law. Amore Town. The entire family died. Thales felt a jolt in his memory. It was familiar. "But as long as you go to my house and find Tina," Anchor panted, fear and pain entangled in his voice. "She is the most convincing living proof. Her bloodline, her survival, her existence, her testimony can prove that 5 years ago, Baron Amore's entire family did not die of a plague." In the next second, Anchor's voice became extremely cold and full of resentment. Instead, it was a few important figures in Western Desert who conspired together to silence them. At that moment, Thales' heart stirred. He remembered. After the incident, Amore Town was given over to someone else to suppress the situation. Those in the know include the 3 most powerful families, Brave Souls Fort, Wing Fort, and even Fakenhas. He had heard of this. Thales thought in a daze. On the way back to Eternal Star City from Bladefang's camp. According to Cohen's cousin, the Count of Wingfort, Derek Chroma. But why? Thales reacted and asked anxiously. Why? Anchor was sweating profusely as he panted. He let out an ambiguous sneer. In order to turn Bladefang's camp into a talisman, in order to assimilate that sharp blade into a normal state, in order to stop Renaissance Palace from extending its hand to the west, Western Desert had to endure the pain of having a blade piercing their heart, and had to sacrifice the interests of the middle and small nobles. Obviously, Baron Amori could not bear the pain. The king's decree dealt a huge blow to him. So much so that he decided to cast aside his tacit agreement with the three families and act rashly. He even threatened to lead his troops in protest, ignite the conflict, and force Western Desert to take a clear stand against Renaissance Palace. Thales' expression changed several times. He recalled what a certain duke had said to him. You have to know that when your vassals and subordinates are enraged, and the public's will is high, you have no other choice but to go with the flow. If you don't become their leader, you will become their enemy, and be the first to fall under a pincer attack from both inside and outside. The tragedy of the Amelie family. This will be a tragedy that will shock the entire kingdom. The three great families are selfish, willing to sacrifice the interests of their subordinates and lords, not hesitating to kill the natural orthodox nobles of the kingdom to clean up the family. This will expose to the world how backward, autistic, brutal, and conservative Western Desert has been for a long time. Anchor closed his eyes in pain and leaned back on the recliner. It is also the opportunity and bargaining chip that His Majesty has been dreaming of. It is a chance for Renaissance Palace to completely break the stalemate. Thales shuddered. The evidence is conclusive, and there is no way to deny it. It is a heinous crime, and the whole country is in an uproar. The three families will be besieged internally and externally, and Western Desert will be divided and difficult to unite. They can either submit, allow Renaissance Palace to do whatever they want, or accept whatever punishment His Majesty gives them. Anchor's face was pale. Or, Thales was inexplicably shocked and speechless. The bargaining chip that King Kessel had been dreaming of to completely tame Western Desert, held in Byral's hands. But why? Too many things that he could not figure out came at once, squeezing his head until it hurt. There was a long silence in the room. No matter what, His Majesty will be very happy to have this bargaining chip. Very happy. Anchor subconsciously struggled, the straps on the recliner rattling. Use it, Your Highness, use this bargaining chip. Use it to plead with His Majesty. Anchor gritted his teeth, as if he was about to crush the most precious thing in his mouth. I will definitely die, but please, for the sake of this bargaining chip, protect the Byral family, and protect my sister-in-law. Thinking about the logic behind this, Thales took a deep breath and came back to his senses. Why are you only saying it now? The prince asked the tortured soul in front of him, puzzled. If you've made up your mind, why didn't you take it earlier and bargain with the Secret Intelligence Department, or even my father? Anchor's expression crumbled. The madness and ruthlessness in his eyes vanished without a trace in an instant. So, Your Highness, what's the price? Anchor replied blankly. Thales understood and looked at him sadly. Everything. The young man revealed a numb and despairing smile and nodded. The Byral family will become traitors, the target of public criticism. In the chess game of Western Desert, we will no longer have a choice, no longer have freedom, no longer have a future. Thales pressed on his shoulder. In the next second, Anchor's eyes were slightly dazed. Endless pain and remorse seeped out of his voice. And Tina, she will never forgive me. As Byral's voice faded, he stared blankly at the void, motionless. Like a walking corpse. Dead silence. That girl called Tina. After a while, Thales spoke with difficulty. Who is she to you? Anchor did not answer. He only glanced at Thales with bloodshot eyes, slammed back against the back of the chair, and whimpered painfully between his teeth. In that instant, Thales seemed to have returned to the cramped Ballard room. She's good? The prince asked in a daze. Anchor panted in a daze. The best. But now it doesn't matter. Anchor no longer looked at him and said numbly, It doesn't matter anymore. There was silence in the torture chamber. But Thales's mind was in a mess. Does Zayn know about this? Or does Zayn know that Anchor has a bargaining chip? Is this what Zayn asked you to tell me? An irresistible bargaining chip, an opportunity for the royal family to completely crush Western Desert. Anchor nodded absent-mindedly. Yes. But it's not. Thales frowned. What do you mean? Anchor raised his head and looked at Thales bitterly. In order to save my family, I did ask Duke Covendier for help, and asked him to facilitate my intrusion into the banquet. But it wasn't him. Anchor said faintly. He was just another chess piece. Zayn was just another chess piece? Thales was stunned. I don't understand. Anchor panted for a few seconds, his expression pained, as if the effects of Shaka wine were gradually fading. But Thales could not care less. Long before that, when I was searching everywhere, I asked another person for help. Another person. He was the one who reminded me of the plan to bring a sword to the banquet and duel in front of everyone to protect my family. Anchor's words were intermittent, with the double sorrow of heartbreak and despair. What? Thales suddenly felt that he had touched the back of this chess game. Bring a sword to the banquet. Duel. Who? The prince pressed down on Anchor's shoulder in shock, shaking him and asking, Who was that? Anchor hissed in pain, but he still smiled bitterly and said, But he was indifferent. But he was indifferent. He refused to help me. I even used this bargaining chip to threaten him. But he just laughed. He finally said that my only chance to save the Byrel family can only be found in the capital, in one person. Anchor's bloodshot eyes were fixed on Thales. He also said, in case I fail, in case I have to use this bargaining chip, I must hand it to you. And I can only hand it to you. Zayn was just a chess piece, someone. The one who set up this chess game, someone else. Thales could no longer hold it in. His grip on Anchor's shoulder tightened. Who? The one who drove Anchor to his death. The one who sneered and moved the chess piece. The one who drove himself and Doyle into a dead end in his anger. The prince's eyes burned. Who is the person behind this banquet farce? Thales made quite a commotion. Norb and Raphael's footsteps sounded urgently from behind. Your Highness? What happened? But Thales did not care. He only pressed down on Anchor and waited for his answer. The one hiding behind the scenes, the one who watched coldly from the sidelines, the one who in the end hinted at Zayn, guided Anchor, and pushed Thales to find this bargaining chip that His Majesty would be happy about, and did not hesitate to ignite all the conflicts under the table in the kingdom. He wanted me to tell you, Your Highness. Anchor panted in pain, mustered the last of his strength, and leaned close to Thales' ear. The carriage is about to disperse. What do you want? Thales was shocked. What? At that moment it was as if time had stopped. Along with his thoughts. The carriage was about to disperse. The carriage? But Thales stared at the dying Anchor in shock. That's not right. That's impossible. How could it be? It's too dangerous, Your Highness. Stay away from him. The footsteps behind him were getting closer. Anchor Byrel gave a pale and numb smile. He also said, Since I've given it to you, then hold on tight. In that second, Thales' eye socket suddenly widened. Before he completely passed out, Anchor laboriously pressed himself against Thales' ear and hissed out the last few words. Hold on your sword. Western Desert Hill Ruins Floating Sand Palace. In a quaint and solemn room. Derek Chroma put down his teacup and glanced at the chessboard on the table. Are you going to take this step or not? He asked the person across the chessboard respectfully and politely. Your Grace? Humph. Across from him, the master of the ruins, Cyril Fakenhas stared at the chessboard leisurely, deep in thought, but his expression was even more ferocious and terrifying. Patience, young man, patience. A good game of chess is never won in one move. The Duke of Western Desert changed his sitting position without a care. He held his teacup confidently. Derek was silent for a second. His face was expressionless. But the young Count of Wingfort was very honest. He pointed at the lonely black king on the chessboard, which was tightly surrounded by white chess pieces. You only have this one piece left. Fakenhas' hand that was holding his teacup froze. Derek pointed out the truth calmly, and even more ruthlessly. No matter which way I go, My next move is going to be a checkmate. Fakenhas' eyebrows twitched slightly. What do you know? Looking at the overwhelming situation of 10 white and 1 black on the chessboard, the Duke calmly coughed at the right time to hide his slightly red face. The situation on the chessboard is only superficial. What's more important is the chess player. He extended his finger and pointed meaningfully at Derek, then at himself. As the saying goes, even chess is evenly matched. Little Derek, remember, we're playing chess with a person, not chess pieces. Chess player. Derek narrowed his eyes. Fakenhas smiled coldly and gently placed a chess piece. The king moved. His demeanor was profound, full of vigor. Derek cast a sidelong glance at him as he placed his chess piece. He breathed a sigh of relief and extended his hand to take his next move. Wait! Fakenhas shouted loudly. Derek's hand stopped in midair. The Duke of Western Desert bent down and observed the chessboard with a profound expression. Let me think again. Under Derek's incredulous gaze, in the next second, Fakenhas calmly extended his hand and placed the only king back to its original position. Let me think again, let me think again. Derek's hand fell to his side in disappointment. Sir, there's only this move left. You keep going back and forth. The young Count Chroma sighed heavily. Or else we can just consider this game as invalid. Hey, how can we do that? Fakenhas slapped his thigh. We have a stake. He firmly interrupted the Count of Wingfort. His gaze was fierce, and his aura was aggressive. And this is a peerless sword. Fakenhas pointed at the sword in the distance, which was used as a stake in the game. He said sternly, Don't you know that I just gave my saber to someone? Ah, the entire kingdom knows. Derek could only roll his eyes in his heart due to his good manners. But you are about to lose. No matter how good this sword is, what does it have to do with you? He smiled elegantly and used vulgar words to pierce the Duke's heart mercilessly. But unexpectedly, Fakenhas only smiled sinisterly. He stroked his walking stick gently and resumed the manner of an expert. The situation on the chessboard is only a superficial representation. What's important is the player. As the saying goes, we are evenly matched. Little Derek, remember, we are playing against a person, not a chess piece. Derek shook his head absent-mindedly. Once he was certain that time was not flowing backwards, he exhaled in pain and covered his forehead in resignation. Fakenhas saw his movements, narrowed his eyes, and seized the chance to extend his hand. It's useless to touch my chess piece secretly, Your Grace. The Count of Wingfort buried his head in his hands. He did not even look, but he seemed to have predicted what would happen. You only have one king left. Fakenhas' expression did not change when he was caught. He naturally and smoothly withdrew his hand that had been secretly touching the other person's chess piece. His expression was calm. There was no guilt. Derek raised his head. His expression was stern. Seriously. The Count of Wingfort no longer looked at the chessboard. You should really be glad that I have a good temper to give away such a huge bargaining chip just like that. If Count Bosdorf was here, he would definitely lead his soldiers to Crocaw City and burn that orphan girl from the Amoli family to ashes. Fakenhas did not seem to have heard him. He only stared at the chessboard carefully. He stared at the only king he had left. It was as if he could create a miracle with his stare. You seem to have a large army pressing down on us, and I seem to have no chance at all. The Duke focused on the chessboard and muttered to himself, But where is the turning point? Derek glanced at him and said tentatively, Of course, if Black Lion knew about this now, he would also lead his soldiers to the ruins and break your other leg. Fakenhas was still immersed in his own chessboard. He scratched his chin and thought hard. No matter what you do, you will die. You bastard, as expected of someone who was taught by Caribbean. Derek snorted in disdain. Are you sure you are taking the right step? What if His Majesty announces to the world tomorrow that he will list our crimes and force us to, for example, disband the army, raise the tax rate, and hand over the right to appoint and dismiss government officials? What if Count Bosdorf cannot bear the humiliation and leads the people to revolt? The Count of Wingfort stared at Fakenhas coldly, but the Duke still ignored him. It's fine. Chess skills are not the key. Not the key. Fagin has pretended to be deep in thought. He rubbed his palm as if he wanted to rub a chess piece from it. The key is the person playing the chess. Think, Cyril, think again. There must be a way. But in the next second, Derek's aura changed. But let me say this first, Your Grace. He stared at the Duke of Western Desert, who was mumbling to himself. If the ending is not good, I do not intend to die with you. Wingfort has its own place to go. But Fagin has turned a deaf ear to him. He only stared at his bald king's chessboard. It's fine. Continue thinking, continue thinking. When the sky turns dark or the sky turns bright, there must be a way to break the stalemate. The sky turns dark. The sky turns bright. Derek raised his head and looked at the position of the sun. He felt a chill run down his spine. Enough, Sir Cyril. Derek, who had long since lost his mood, pointed at the White King who pushed him down and said impatiently, It's just a game of chess. I admit defeat. At that moment, slap. Fagin has slapped his thigh fiercely. Look, the Duke, who was immersed in the world of the chessboard, suddenly came back to life and returned to reality. Look, he pointed at the White King who was pushed down by Derek. He grabbed his own Black King and laughed excitedly. Didn't I win just like that? As he stared at the Duke of Western Desert, who could not stop laughing, Derek's expression twitched. Win, my foot. Fagin has put down his chess piece. Filled with emotions, he heaved a long sigh. It can be seen that perseverance will eventually pay off, and hard work is the way of the king. The twitching on Derek's face became even more extreme. Fagin has stared at the cold and merciless scenery of the ruins outside Floating Sand Palace, as if it had been plowed by nature's razor blade. He suddenly felt a surge of heroic spirit, and he slapped the table. In this situation, in this game, when I won I should give a big white. The Count of Wingfort could no longer hold on. He sighed in resignation and buried his face in his palms again. Chess. As expected, we are not playing a game of chess, and neither are we playing chess pieces. Fagin has chuckled. We are playing a chess player. Derek gave him a polite and resigned smile. Chess player, my foot. Just like you, young Derek. You are still too young and too eager to admit defeat. Derek could no longer hold it in. That's right. The entire game took 2 hours, and you wasted 1.5 hours just on the last move. He stood up and left swiftly. He did not forget to swear. Who the hell can win against you? As he stared at Derek's retreating figure, Fagin has smiled softly. He turned his head around and stared at the Black King standing tall on his chessboard. My uncle can, the Duke said softly with a sigh. So can Midir. When he thought of this, the Duke of Western Desert's expression changed. He stood up in a fluster and shouted hastily, Hey, leave that sword behind. It was not easy for me to win the bet. He extended his hand expressionlessly. Monthly votes, rewards, and comments praising Swordless Sword for being diligent in updating. End of this chapter. Chapter 592. Thales walked out of the cell where Anchor was being interrogated numbly. He was in a daze. In front of Raphael and Norb, he still instinctively maintained his dignity and bearing as the Duke of Star Lake. His every move was elegant and steady. He still remembered everything that happened in the interrogation room. He remembered how his words and actions had far-reaching effects and were difficult to reverse because of his power and status, not the content of his words. This was his luck, but also his curse. But when the 2 men from the Secret Intelligence Department came forward and respectfully asked the prince, What did he say to you? Nothing. Thales only remembered that his voice was calm and composed as always. He was just unwilling and begged to live. Raphael and Norb did not say anything. But the Baron Bone Man's gaze lingered on him a little longer. Norb's expression became more serious as he sized up his surroundings. But that was no longer important. The carriage is about to disperse. What does the prince wish to do? Hold on to your sword. The dying Anchor used all his strength to tear the words out of his throat. They lingered in his mind like maggots, echoing and deafening. Please follow me, Your Highness. The exit is this way. In front of the absent-minded Thales, Norb bowed respectfully in a humble and low-key manner. According to the rules, we cannot return the way we came. But Raphael appeared in front of him and Thales, and glanced at Norb indifferently. I'll just send him out. Norb smiled and nodded without refuting. Behind him, Gomez looked back at the two men, and occasionally stole glances at Thales. But Thales did not care. The teenager could only remember that he politely and humbly thanked Norb and Gomez, and under their respectful and submissive gazes, he left mechanically. You said that you're only in charge of the interrogation today? Raphael scrutinized the calm Norb. Indeed. Looking at the prince's back, Norb smiled and nodded. Raphael glanced at the unconscious anchor. How lucky. The Baron Bone Man said coldly and turned to follow the prince. What a coincidence. Norb bowed respectfully and sent Raphael off. Only when the other man disappeared did his gaze become profound and strange. Very good, the troublesome prince is finally gone. Wiping his sweat, Fatty Gomez tugged at his apron as if he had just finished a big exam, causing his fat to jiggle. He turned to look at the naked anchor, and happily picked up a pair of pliers. Now we can return to the main topic. See if I don't squeeze him dry. Gomez. Yes. Norb turned around, his face expressionless. Stop. Gomez walked towards anchor with the vice in his hand, but his smile froze halfway. Okay, I'll go now, huh? With an indifferent expression, Norb walked towards the unconscious anchor with his cane. From now on, don't use hard torture on him. And don't use soft torture like sleep deprivation. If necessary, give him pain relief. Gomez looked puzzled. Then how should I ask? Norb shook his head. Let's just pretend that we're police officers now. We'll stop the interrogation at the verbal level. That's enough. Having worked together for a long time, Gomez could read Norb's calm but determined tone. He hesitated for a moment. But it wasn't easy for us to return to the capital, and it wasn't easy for us to encounter this major case of the Western Desert. If we don't take this opportunity to render meritorious service, we've already rendered meritorious service. Norb looked at the darkness outside the door, then leaned over to observe their prisoner. His eyes flickered. Just now, rendered meritorious service? Gomez blinked. Unwilling to give up, he still wanted to fight for it. But didn't you say that this guy must be holding back or hiding something? Maybe he has something big. The previous interrogators almost broke him. We have to get something out of him before he's completely broken or sent to the gallows. And let Lord Hanson. No, Norb interrupted him again, straightening his back with his cane. Trust me, he won't die. Under Gomez's puzzled gaze, Norb glanced at Anchor, who was covered in bruises and had almost no unscathed skin. Not today. Thales walked expressionlessly in the dark underground corridor of the Secret Intelligence Department. But he felt like he was standing on Ghost Prince Tower in Bladefang's camp, enduring the cold wind and the assault of flying sand. His palms were cold. He told me that if I have to use this bargaining chip. Raphael walked in front of him, leading the way. His back was dark. I have to give it to you. They did not return the way they came. Instead, they walked through one checkpoint after another, shuttling through the maze-like underground corridor. But Thales no longer cared. I can only give it to you. Thales clenched his fists. Why? His gaze pierced through the darkness of the corridor, and vaguely projected thousands of miles away in the Western Desert, at that hateful, maverick noble who often laughed maliciously. Just a few months ago, he was still talking and giving pointers in front of him. He appeared to be unique and concerned about the country and its people. But why? He's the mastermind behind Anchor. He handed me the bargaining chip that could suppress the vassals of the Western Desert and destroy the Great Wall. And into the hands of a Jade Star. Thales clenched his teeth. He did not understand at first, and his whole body was anxious. But after he came to a slight realization, he became even more anxious, restless, and uneasy. Why? Cyril Fakenhas. This arrogant and pretentious old bastard. What right does he have to do this? Who does he think he is? What right does he have? What right does he have? He. Wow, Murat Snake Cub. A male voice with a Northland accent came from behind a cell door, pulling Thales back to reality. Long time no see. Raphael ignored the other party's tone, which sounded like they were old acquaintances, and walked quickly past the cell door. Snake cub. Hearing these words, the dazed Thales felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. When he was still in Extet, Archduke Alcius of Prestige Orchid region often called him Constellation's little viper. Moreover, the prisoner who said this had a Northland accent. It was as if he had returned to the past, back to the days in Dragon Cloud City when, despite the hardships, he could still manage to hold on without any worries, and could even find joy in hardship. Dragon Cloud City. Thales' pupils trembled. He stopped in his tracks, and his entire body came to a halt. Raphael sensed that something was amiss and turned around with a frown. Thales slowly turned around and stared at the iron cell door from which the voice came. There was a small opening on the door. The everlasting lamp, which was a rare sight in the corridor, shone on the blurry figure at the opening. What an honor for you to grace us with your presence. Thales' eyes slowly widened. He took a deep breath and took a step forward, wanting to poke his head out to see the figure behind the iron gate. Then a hand suddenly reached out from behind him. Clang. Raphael appeared in front of him, pulled the iron gate violently, and shut it tightly. Wrong way, Your Highness. The Baron Bone Man acted as if nothing had happened. The exit is ahead. Thales stood in front of the cell, and stared at the closed iron gate. Why? The prince's voice subconsciously took on a hint of coldness. Why close it? Raphael maintained his smile, and asked in return. Why did you stop? Thales was silent for a moment, his gaze fixed on the iron gate. Open it, he said calmly. Raphael chuckled softly. His attitude was casual and cynical. It's just an annoying prisoner. Thales looked around. There were many such narrow cells in this small corridor, but it was obvious that this was the only one with a prisoner. Solitary confinement. Open it, Raphael. Thales repeated calmly. The atmosphere was slightly solemn. Raphael was silent for a second. His smile gradually disappeared, and he returned to a businesslike tone. Your Highness, this is a wanted criminal and internal affairs of the Secret Intelligence Department. Thales did not let him continue. The prince enunciated his words slowly, and his voice was as cold as ice. I order you, Raphael, open it. Raphael frowned. According to the rules of the Secret Intelligence Department, Your Highness. Thales' gaze became fierce. He lost his composure and shouted angrily. Damn it, just open it. At that moment, the oppression and grievance he felt in the Secret Intelligence Department all turned into anger, and exploded in his chest. In the face of the prince's sudden outburst, Raphael's expression did not change. His gaze gradually became solemn. Thales could no longer endure it. He took a step forward, grabbed the handle without any explanation, and pulled the iron gate open. Clang. The sound of metal clashing reverberated in the corridor. Raphael did not stop him, but his gaze was cold. What's wrong, R.A.? The voice from before rang again, and it mocked. It's been a long time since we last met. Do you want to treat me to a good meal? A stubbled face appeared at the gate, and cast a cold gaze at Raphael. The moment he saw the other person's face clearly, Thales' eyes widened. Goo. Shock and doubt filled Thales' heart at the same time, forcing him to speak involuntarily. It's you. Behind the gate, the face full of Far Eastern characteristics froze slightly. The prisoner turned to Thales, looking slightly puzzled. Raphael's expression darkened, and he exhaled in a barely noticeable manner. That's right. In disbelief, Thales carefully sized up every inch of the Far Eastern prisoner's face. He ignored his doubts about the prisoner's voice and completely confirmed his guess just now. It's him. It's really him. 6 years ago, the butcher shop owner in Dragon Cloud City. The Far Easterner who gave him shelter and a meal in the despairing morning after Dragonblood's night. It's you, Goo. Thales said in a daze. In a split second, Dragon Cloud City, Westbound Avenue, the butcher shop, Little Rascal. The scenes of the past appeared before his eyes. But who are you? Through the narrow gate, the unkempt Far Eastern man looked at Thales and gestured at Raphael with his chin. That lover he yearns for day and night, but can't get? Raphael snorted coldly and did not answer. Thales stared at his old friend. At him holed up in this narrow and claustrophobic cell. He felt complicated and indescribable emotions. He took a deep breath. 6.5, remember? 6.5. In that second, the prisoner's gaze slowly froze. He sized up the handsome young man who was only half a head shorter than Raphael again. He gradually came to a realization, and then felt relieved. Oh. Gu turned around, and his face disappeared at the gate. A muffled sound immediately came from the iron gate. It's you. That's why you escaped, young prince. Perhaps you're no longer young. His words were filled with melancholy and sentimentality. You and your little maid didn't die in the hands of that cunning Camion. Young prince. Camion. Gu's words evoked Thales's memories. It was as if he was sitting in the butcher's shop 6 years ago again. Sitting on the table with little rascal, holding bowls, and drinking meat soup with a heavy heart. Raphael exhaled through his nose. He was obviously unhappy. What happened? Thales pounced on the iron gate and asked anxiously. Gu, why did you Thales stop talking? Wait a minute. Gu's impression of himself was still at the moment when Marquis Shiles took the prince and little rascal away 6 years ago. Thales' pupils dilated slowly. He did not know what happened to him after that night. He did not know the story of the second prince of Constellation that was later spread among the people. That means, Thales furrowed his brows tightly and stared at the darkness behind the gate. Gu's disdainful laughter came from behind the iron gate. Thales took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. He tried to calm down and asked Raphael, who was beside him. He was imprisoned here 6 years ago. The prince spoke with difficulty. Why? Raphael crossed his arms. His expression was slightly dark. 6 years. Gu's voice rose. There was surprise and self-deprecation in it. Damn it. Without the sun as a reference, the time I calculated is indeed inaccurate. Thales' heart sank when he heard that. He remembered the guards and prisoners in the prison of bones. He remembered the laments they had when they found out how long they had been imprisoned. Your task is complete, Your Highness, Raphael said coldly. There is no need to complicate matters. Gu's sneer came again. Thales suppressed the strange feeling in his heart, and tried to think calmly and rationally. 6 years ago, something must have happened to Gu after they parted ways. It caused him to wander about and be imprisoned. The sin of Hell's River came uninvited. It filled Thales' brain and washed away his memories, washing away an old scene. Your Highness, do you remember what happened in Dragon Cloud City 6 years ago? On the day he fled Dragon Cloud City, Putre's words in the secret tunnel rang in his ears. No, it's not just that. On that day 6 years ago, in a dark place we cannot see, outside Heroic Spirit Palace and Shield District, something else happened. Thales raised his head swiftly. That night, Raphael. He looked at Raphael and stared into his dark red eyes. Dragon Cloud City, the night of dragon blood. The prince gritted his teeth and went straight to the point. Aside from the calamities, Lampard, and what happened in Heroic Spirit Palace. What else did you do? What does it have to do with him and Gu? But Raphael did not move. His expression was dark. What did they do? The one who answered the teenager was still the Far Easterner with a Northland accent. His voice was full of mockery. What else could they have done? As always, they followed the fine tradition of the Secret Intelligence Department. They wouldn't even let go of the leftovers. Thales and Raphael turned their heads to look at the prison at the same time. The former was surprised and bewildered, while the latter was gloomy. Just like what they did to everyone, including you. Gu sneered and called out the teenager's name. Prince Thales. Thales' gaze changed. He was about to speak, but Raphael spoke first. His tone was distant. I would very much like to answer your question, Your Highness, but this is not my case. Thales' expression darkened. Not my ass. Gu snorted coldly behind the door, and exposed Raphael's words. 6 years ago, weren't you the first to find me? Thales narrowed his eyes at Raphael. This was not the first time he had rejected him today. The Baron Bone Man stared at the darkness behind the gate. His gaze was terrifying. Your Highness, you've already made an exception by contacting a wanted criminal in private. Don't. Lord Hanson said it. Thales suddenly raised his voice and interrupted Raphael. The reason why I don't get along with all of you is that we've always gone our separate ways. Raphael did not speak, but Thales stared deeply into his red eyes, as if he wanted to tear apart the world behind his pupils. Now is a good chance to change. The Far Easterner behind the door laughed. It was half mockery and half disdain. Raphael remained calm and collected. He silently endured the prince's sharp gaze that could almost break an iron wall. "Not here, not now," he said faintly. In the dim corridor, Thales and Raphael stood on either side of the iron prison door, facing each other in silence. The everlasting lamp elongated their shadows, like two train tracks that extended parallel to each other. The gate on the door stood between them. It was claustrophobic, dark, and bottomless. "He helped me before. I owe him my life." Thales only felt that he was extremely calm. The sin of hell's river flowed through every vein in his body, allowing him to sense the location of this small corridor more clearly. It was as if he was standing outside his oil painting. He stared at the universe in the painting. "If he's locked up, I must know why." Thales' tone was cold, but it contained a tone that allowed no refusal. That night, that crucial night, that night not only changed the future fates of two countries, but it also determined the political situation of the world. It was also a night where countless secrets were buried and turbulent in the dark. That night made Poutre suspicious. He even had to avoid the surveillance of the Secret Intelligence Department and give Thales a warning in private. Obviously, Gu was one of the pieces of the puzzle. The aura on Raphael's body slowly changed. It went from being round and casual to sharp and dangerous, causing Thales to feel a slight stab of pain. At that moment, the person standing in front of him was no longer the young Raphael who rescued him from prison 6 years ago, who then risked his life to go to Heroic Spirit Palace with him. Instead, it was the Baron Bone assassin, a Secret Intelligence Department agent with a mysterious identity, unpredictable intentions, and terrifying and dangerous methods. But Thales did not retreat. He only met Raphael's gaze. "If you want to display your compassion, then perhaps you also need to know." Raphael's voice became deeper, but it was strangely piercing to the ears. His warning was extremely obvious. "He has harmed us before. He owes us many lives." Harmed us before. Thales was silent for a second. "I'm not letting him go." The prince's expression became a little clearer, but his words were soft and forceful. He gradually increased the stakes. "I just want to ask about some things, secrets related to the Jade Star royal family." Raphael narrowed his eyes. "Those who know must keep secrets." He calmly but firmly stated the creed that the former chief supervisor of the Secret Intelligence Department, wise minister, Halva Caribbean, had left for the Secret Intelligence Department. "My responsibility." Thales' gaze became fierce. "You missed the first sentence." The prince gave tit for tat and said coldly, "Thou art the king's eyes and ears." Raphael snorted coldly. "When you are crowned king." The Baron Bone Man's answer made the atmosphere even colder and more solemn. "It's not too late to talk about it." Crowned king. Thales was expressionless. But in his body, the sin of hell's river began to boil again, turning its anger and coldness into a dangerous weapon. Raphael immediately frowned. His hands tightened without him realizing it. "You are wrong, Your Highness, who has grown up." However, at this moment, Gu's voice rang out in a timely manner, interrupting the unfriendly conversation. It was still full of sarcasm and disdain. "You are not compatible with the Secret Intelligence Department, not because you have a bad relationship with them." Thales and Raphael turned their heads at the same time. The Far Easterner's face reappeared at the gate. He gently knocked on the iron gate, full of contempt. "But because you are still a human." He stared deeply at the Baron Bone Man. His gaze was cold. "Not a monster." Raphael's expression did not change, but the corners of his mouth slowly tightened. "Do you know, Prince?" Gu suddenly laughed and said to Thales in a serious tone, 6 years ago, in an inn in Spear District in Dragon Cloud City." The next moment, Raphael's arm turned into an afterimage and pressed on the iron gate. Thales quickly acted. But the moment their skin touched, Thales' expression changed. A tremendous force, an obvious piercing pain, and a strange feeling of flesh squirming came from his hand at the same time. This was *bang. The rough sound of metal clashing rang out in the corridor. Thales watched the scene in front of him with a livid expression. He gripped the Baron Bone Man's wrist tightly, but he could not stop the man from pulling the iron gate again, shutting Gu's sarcastic expression into darkness again. He lost. The sin of Hell's river roared and flowed rapidly, dispelling the numbness and pain in Thales' hand. Thales looked up angrily. Open it. But Raphael's arm was like cast iron. He pressed firmly on the handle of the iron gate. Your Highness, we have a good relationship, and we have gone through life and death together, the Baron Bone Man said faintly. Please don't make things difficult for me. The sin of Hell's river boiled again. Thales gritted his teeth and exerted force, but Raphael's arm did not move. Like a boundless black hole, it silently endured all the power Thales could muster. A few seconds later, knowing that he could not win, Thales exhaled through his nose and let go of the man. The sin of Hell's river faded from his hand in agony, leaving behind an indignant roar. I think I know. The second prince's gaze was like a sword, piercing straight into Raphael's eyes. Why you and Miranda can't be together? The Baron Bone Man's gaze changed slightly. That's definitely not because of your identities. Thales said coldly. It's just because of you, Raphael Lindbergh. Raphael did not move. Even his expression was frozen. Looking at the man's expression, Thales began to ponder silently. Gu did not finish his sentence. But that was enough. The information revealed by the Far Easterner was like a puzzle that had been lost for many years. It flowed into Thales' mind. It was enough for him to piece together the next clue. His next bargaining chip. Listen carefully, Your Highness. What I am going to say next is something that the sanctimonious old fox, Gilbert, would never tell you. Putre's warning, which was filled with deep suspicion, rang in his mind. And it will not be something that the mysterious and abnormal Secret Intelligence Department will tell you. Remember, Your Highness, do not trust anyone in this matter. An inn. Thales looked at Raphael quietly. Gu said that it was an inn in Spear District. As expected, he was satisfied to see Raphael's expression change slightly. The Baron Bone Man said in a low voice. That is because he harbors ulterior motives and harbors ill intentions. He is trying to sow discord and disturb your mind. Thales smiled. But you told me that the Secret Intelligence Department's headquarters in Dragon Cloud City, which is also the chess room in Spear District that I left, was also an inn 6 years ago. Raphael's hand was still pressed against the iron gate. His expression was as cold as ice. I did not say that. Thales took a step forward and smirked in disdain. Then you must have forgotten. Raphael's gaze flickered. The handle of the iron gate deformed in his knuckles, and the sound of metal bending could be heard. Thales furrowed his eyebrows. He looked at the Baron Bone Man's fair and delicate hands, and remembered the man's stunning appearance when he broke into the prison, and took 6 lives with 1 slash. Impossible. Raphael's expression was stiff as he slowly enunciated his words. Where did you hear that from? Thales did not want to think about the man's strength. He met Raphael's dark red eyes again. Karen Booker. When the name came out of Thales' mouth, Raphael's gaze became colder. Thales knew that he had taken the right step. That was the strange part. So the prince followed up with another attack. He was not only the owner of that inn, but also a special-class intelligence officer from the kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department who had been lurking in Dragon Cloud City for 20 years. On that chaotic day he was killed in a burglary. This time, Raphael was silent for a long while before he spoke softly, enunciating each word clearly. Who told you that? Thales remembered the headquarters of the kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department in Dragon Cloud City's Spear District, and the secret passage that allowed him to escape. I met Booker when I was in Dragon Cloud City. He was a good man, but he would never die in a robbery. Raphael snorted coldly. You were running for your life all day. It's impossible for you to know him. Thales did not back down. I know a lot of people. And you are just too ignorant. This sentence, which he learned from Ricky, made Raphael fall silent for a long time. That doesn't help, Your Highness. Raphael did not dwell on the topic anymore. He shifted his gaze to Gu's cell. Forgive me for not being able to comply with your excessive request. Thales became more and more irritated as he looked at the stubborn Baron Bone Man. He would not cooperate. Just like the kingdom's secret intelligence department, they had never liked the prince, let alone obeyed him. The prince came to this conclusion. But at this moment, Thales remembered the Black Prophet's words. Whether you like me or not is not important. What's important is whether the fact that you don't like me can surpass the established position between you and me, and bring about real results under your control. At that moment, Thales stared at the unfriendly Baron Bone Man. He clenched his fists, then slowly relaxed them. Yes, you're right. You can't do it. The Duke of Star Lake lifted his chin slightly, as if he did not care about Thales' behavior. Maybe I should go find Norb. After saying that, Thales turned around without hesitation, and went back the way he came. Raphael, who was left behind, stared at the teenager's back. His frown deepened. Thales' movements remained the same, but he deliberately increased his pace. The sound of his footsteps echoed in the dark and depressing corridor. One step after another, it sounded like the beating of war drums. Raphael's gaze froze. 1 second, 2 seconds. The prince's figure slowly blurred in the darkness. In fact, Thales knew that what Raphael was unwilling or unable to do for him, Norb, who had been away from the kingdom's secret intelligence department for many years, and had just returned to the capital, might not be able to do it. But the prince shook off the unnecessary baggage in his mind and strode forward. He remembered the most effective way of bargaining that he saw on the streets when he was a beggar. Finally, when Thales counted to the 10th step. Your Highness! Thales' footsteps stopped just in time. With his back facing Raphael, the corners of his lips curled up slightly. Thales turned his head around. His expression was still dark. Raphael released his hand from the iron gate, but did not open it. Instead, he walked towards Thales step by step. No matter who you look for, it will be useless. The Baron Bone Man said faintly. Even if it is His Majesty. Thales' heart sank. His Majesty. Damn it. Your Highness, you must do this, and you should do this. The truth about the bloody year, about your own birth, can only be unearthed, investigated, and verified by yourself. Remembering Putre's warning, Thales took a deep breath and tried hard not to think about the figure on the throne. Then I will be happy to try and see what my father has to say. Thales turned around and was about to leave again. At this moment, Charlton. Raphael's words floated around the walls and successfully stopped Thales in his tracks. Charlton. Charlton? The name he had not heard for a long time rang again. Thales' expression changed slightly. Whether it was the beautiful figure in Sunset Pub, or the horror of jumping off the cliff of the sky, they all came to his mind at this moment. What do you mean? As if time had slowed down, the second prince slowly turned around and spoke in a low voice. Raphael stood in front of him and took a deep breath. He seemed to have made up his mind with great willpower. The Far Easterner you care about, Gu, the Baron Bone Man said softly. He is a solid ally of the Charlton family. For more than a decade, he has been secretly working for the regicide family. Look around. Raphael said he is. What is he? Thales' expression remained the same, but his eyes slowly widened. The regicide family, ally? Do you understand now? Raphael regained his composure and looked into Thales' gray eyes. In this matter, no matter who you look for, it will be useless. Even if it is His Majesty. The Baron Bone Man narrowed his eyes and enunciated his words like steel. His words were like knives. Especially His Majesty. Typing will be slower when you are outside. End of this chapter. Chapter 593. Gu. Charlton? Thales repeated in disbelief. He looked back and forth between Raphael and Gu's prison cells, trying to find a thread of clarity in his jumbled memories and thoughts. Explain. The prince restrained his emotions and stared at Raphael seriously. Now, Raphael was silent for a while. He tightened his grip unnaturally. Your Highness, even if you are from the royal family, the Secret Intelligence Department has not been clear about your intelligence rank for a long time. Explain. Thales interrupted him rudely. I am explaining. Raphael cut him off coldly. But I have to make it clear, Your Highness, that I can only reveal information that is not higher than Madman's level without breaking the rules. Madman's level. Thales shook his head impatiently. You don't have to explain the rules of the Secret Intelligence Department to me, just explain. Raphael sneered. I'm not saying it for you to hear. The Baron Bone Man raised his arm slowly. A black crack had appeared on his forearm at some point in time. The muscle lines inside squirmed gently, hiding a strange shadow. Just like 6 years ago. Thales was immediately stunned. The prince retracted his gaze from the man's arm with difficulty, and tried to return to the current topic. As you can see, this person's surname is Gu, and his name is Tang, at least on the surface. Raphael stared at Gu's prison cell gloomily. He was born in a family of officials in Main Yi of the Eastern Nation. He fell behind in his family and entered the Main Yi Royal Intelligence Department, the Dark Robe Guards. Gu Tang. Black Robe Guards. Thales' gaze changed. You mean he is a secret agent of Main Yi? Raphael nodded, but shook his head. He is a former secret agent, at least according to the information we obtained. Former? Thales looked at Gu's prison cell. He suddenly realized that he knew nothing about this prisoner who gave him shelter and a meal 6 years ago. Raphael's forearm tightened unnaturally, but his expression did not change. He continued to speak tirelessly. 19 years ago in Qilan City, a member of the Chen royal family launched a coup in an attempt to suppress King Yao Hao, who had just ascended to the throne. During this period, the Dark Guard was split into 2 factions. The commander Lin Do, who was loyal to King Yao, won the battle. He took over as the commander of the Dark Guard and cleaned up the mess, killing all the traitors in the guard. Yao Wanghao. Lieutenant Qing. The unfamiliar and distant term crossed the ocean and entered Thales' mind. He could not help but frown. But Raphael obviously had no intention of stopping to explain for the prince. Gu belonged to the faction that stood on the wrong side. He concealed his identity and fled to the Western Peninsula. He worked as a peddler, craftsman, mercenary, and other jobs. After the Bloody Year, he took root in Dragon Cloud City. He took advantage of the ruins and gaps left after the consecutive wars between Extet and Constellation to wander around and work as an intelligence peddler. Thales took a deep breath and averted his gaze from the metal door of the prison cell. What's that to you, to us? Raphael's lips curled up into a cold smile. Later on, we found out that during the years he was in Dragon Cloud City, Gu did more than just his old profession. The Baron Bone Man stared at the iron bars on the cell door. Aside from buying and selling information, this Far Easterner's business also included acting as an intermediary for various major forces and mediating conflicts. And for some conflicts that could not be mediated but could not be ignored. When he said this, Raphael's gaze turned cold. He would find an assassin. An assassin? Thales tensed up. Wait. Dragon Cloud City Gu intelligence peddler, assassin 6 years ago. The teenager slowly connected the clues from many years ago. His expression gradually changed. That's right. Raphael sneered as he observed Thales' expression. 6 years ago, in Dragon Cloud City, under King Nuvan's power, the underground forces were in a state of disunity. Gleeward controlled the streets, Vlad ran amok in the black market, Camus Union profited from the people's lives, and there were countless other factions. Their relationships were complicated, tangled, and chaotic. And he, Raphael raised his chin at Gu's cell door. Your friend from the Far East used 10 years to gradually take over the dirtiest and most dangerous business. He became the biggest and most convenient contact for assassins in Dragon Cloud City. Thales' eyes slowly widened. From street thugs and fugitives to Shadow Shield and Assassin's Flower, he had connections and was familiar with all of them. He bought lives with one hand and sold them with the other. He could be said to have hidden his abilities well and had eyes and ears all over the world. Shadow Shield. Assassin's Flower. Thales stared fixedly at Gu's cell. His gaze never wavered. But his gaze had changed. If Gu is the biggest intermediary for assassins in Dragon Cloud City, then 6 years ago. In the next second, Raphael expressionlessly stated what Thales was worried about. Chapman Lampard. Back then, the Archduke of Black Sand region found Shadow Shield through Gu. Both sides colluded and formed a partnership. Thales turned his head around stiffly. The partnership between Chapman Lampard and Shadow Shield. Their middleman is Goo? He could not help but recall when he was young. He and Little Rascal hid in the carriage, shivering, and watched the Archduke of Black Sand region talk to Stake. But Raphael had not finished speaking. In the end, due to how troublesome the target was, Goo used his trump card and contacted the most powerful and terrifying assassin in the world. He relied on his sinister and dangerous killing blade to break through the heavy defenses of the White Blade Guards in the chaos brought by the calamities, and took the head of the Born King. At that moment, Thales froze on the spot. Raphael narrowed his eyes slightly. And do you know who that is? The corridor fell into a dead silence. After a long while, Thales exhaled laboriously. Yes. Raphael sneered. He did not care about the prince's extremely unpleasant expression. He knows how to contact the regicide family that fled without a trace after the Bloody Year. This alone is enough for us to imprison him until he dies of old age or confess. Thales did not speak. He just clenched his left fist. His fingertips swept past the scars on his palm, which had been cut by the police countless times. But this is not the first time. Raphael continued. At least in Goo's account book, Flying Locust Blade is not the first business that you're involved with. Thales tried hard to digest the new information and looked up. In the next second, Raphael's gaze turned cold. 6 years ago, Your Highness, when you went to the north as an envoy, you and the Kingdom's Wrath were surrounded by Lampard's Black Sand region army under Broken Dragon Fortress, and you were bombarded by the Mystic Gun Unit. Who do you think used a variety of communication channels to help Archduke Concré Pofret of Beacon Illumination City find an assassin who could even instigate the Mystic Gun Instructor, so that he could get what he wanted and watch you die in Lampard's army? Mystic Gun. Thales frowned. He felt as if he had returned to the time he was under the fortress 6 years ago, when he faced countless blades. His expression was solemn. Are you saying that it was Gu Juzhong who contacted them? Raphael snorted and swung his arm slightly. And you said that he helped you in Dragon Cloud City and saved your life? Thales subconsciously looked at Gu's prison cell. Then think carefully, Your Highness. At that moment, although Raphael's tone was as relaxed as ever, his words were filled with a darkness that no one knew about. Do you think that ground shaker Caslin, who betrayed King Nuvan, told you about the channel to contact Gu in the tavern because he found you pleasing to the eye, so that when you escaped from the siege of Dragon Cloud City, you could look for this seemingly mysterious and neutral underground figure? Caslin. $6.50. Thales' gaze was fixed on the cell's hatch, but he clenched his fists tighter and tighter. Do you think that there are so many kind Far Easterners in Dragon Cloud City, that when a mysterious noble brat knocks on their door during martial law, they will always entertain him with good wine, good food, and a good bed, just because the kid is obedient, cute, smart, and kind? Far Easterners. Entertain. The prince gritted his teeth and tried hard to recall the scene of him and Little Rascal in Gu's butcher shop that morning. Do you think that things are really so coincidental that when all of Dragon Cloud City is in a mess, a shady intelligence peddler only needs to leave his house for 2 minutes to smoothly bring back the envoy of a country, the Marquis of Good Flow City, Shiles Bamra, who came alone, so that he can turn around and give you to Chapman Lampard? Intelligence peddler. Shiles. Raphael's words were as sharp as blades. One after another, they pierced through the defenses in Thales' heart. All these suspicious points, these strange things, these things that seem reasonable but cannot be investigated. Have you ever thought about them before you treated him as your savior? At that moment, Thales took a deep breath and suppressed the gradually boiling sin of Hell's River. If all these suspicious points Raphael mentioned are problematic, that means that the things he once thought. Yes, Gu. Raphael spoke coldly, not giving the prince any time to react. He never helped you. On the contrary, he was the one who betrayed you. Thales closed his eyes gently. 6.5. He never helped you. He betrayed you. At that moment, the cell that imprisoned Gu did not seem so eye-catching anymore. The corridor returned to silence. Raphael exhaled and looked at the cell door with a complicated gaze. And he also betrayed us. Thales spent a lot of energy to calm himself down. When he heard that, he slowly opened his eyes and tried to maintain the calmness in his tone. He and the kingdom's secret intelligence department worked together? Raphael nodded. Once yes. The Baron Bone Man stared at Gu's cell door and snorted in disdain. Obviously, whether it's Extet, Constellation, Camus Union, or even Shadow Shield and the Tower of Eradication, this self-proclaimed neutral intelligence peddler is used to working together with everyone. He receives money from mini-parties and goes around patting his chest. He is smooth and slick in changing hands. Then he reaps the benefits while his clients kill each other. The only difference is that this time, he messed up. Thales' cheeks stiffened. What did he do? Raphael was silent for a few seconds. As you mentioned, Karen Booker was one of the few wise intelligence officers in the kingdom's secret intelligence department. His death was a loss we could not afford to bear. And when we abandoned the headquarters in Dragon Cloud City 6 years later, we were more or less affected by this. We had no other choice. Thales exhaled, trying hard to expel the gloom and frustration from his heart. What happened? Raphael shook his head and glanced at Gu's cell. This is also what we want to figure out. From his mouth, Thales stood quietly on the spot. His emotions were complicated. Raphael, on the other hand, sighed and regained his relaxed and indifferent attitude. Just like this, Your Highness. Even in the face of the seemingly conclusive past, there are still too many unknown and terrifying details hidden in the dark. So when you turned the tide in Heroic Spirit Palace 6 years ago, Your Highness, you were in high spirits. Raphael sighed with emotion. Don't forget that on that day, outside Heroic Spirit Palace, the members of the kingdom's secret intelligence department were also fighting against the enemies in the shadows in the invisible battlefield. Even if it was just for a page of paper, a paragraph of text, or a signal to give you and the kingdom a chance to win. Booker was one of them. Thales' gaze shifted. The prince's ass. This name is funny, isn't it? Raphael turned around and faced the dark corridor that seemed to have no end. His eyes shone with a faint light. However, all of them were survivors of the Dragon's Blood Project that changed the world 6 years ago. After the kingdom's secret intelligence department fought against King Nuven, the Secret Room, the White Blade Guards, Chapman Lampard, Shadow Shield, Camus Union and other enemies, they fought against each other to the death. They were the only survivors among the corpses and sacrifices on the ground. Thales raised his head in surprise. And we don't tell you certain information, not because we don't trust you, but because you can't discard your burdens like us, forget yourself, and wholeheartedly devote yourself to the dark and dirty mission to complete the goal. Raphael narrowed his eyes and gestured at Gu's cell. Even if you think you owe your target your life. In this case, if you insist on knowing only a little, you will only stray further and further, lose the ability to distinguish the truth, and be led by the nose by others. Discard your burdens and forget yourself. Thales frowned slightly. You are not us, Thales. You should live under the sun and the blue sky. Raphael sighed. It was rare that he did not use honorifics, but called the Duke by his name. Let us face the boundless hell. At that moment, his dark red eyes were incomparably sincere. But what Thales remembered was the different faces Raphael showed to the wine merchant de Gory, the blacksmith Gibbon, the nobles of Blade Edge Hill, and Belisha in the interrogation room. There was a long silence in the corridor, until the prince spoke again. His voice was hoarse. Then how do I know that the people who lead me by the nose are not you? Raphael froze for a moment. When you truly sit on that seat, Your Highness. Raphael's smile faded. When you truly can decide everything in the world with a word, when you can decide everything in the world with a finger, when you have full control over the goals, missions, operations, budgets, development, and future of the kingdom's secret intelligence department. You will know. Thales listened to this seemingly familiar sentence expressionlessly. But unlike in the past this time, he did not refute it. In a gloomy mood, Thales followed Raphael out of the maze-like underground corridor, passed through many checkpoints, and left the main residence of the Secret Intelligence Department's manor through the main gate, returning to the place where they first got off the carriage. But Raphael frowned. You called for someone to pick you up? Thales, who was in a daze, snapped out of it. What? But the prince was also stunned. There were 2 carriages parked in front of them. One was the carriage they used to come from Renaissance Palace, but the other. Your Highness! As a familiar shout rose, a short and strong man dressed in the uniform of the royal guards jumped down from the driver's seat of the carriage. It was Commodore, the protector who had once sparred with Thales in Mindy's hall. Your Highness Thales, you are indeed here. Commodore was drenched in sweat, but when he saw Thales he still perked up and bowed to greet him. I am here on orders from Officer Mallows to serve you. Thales was a little puzzled, but Raphael and the coachman from the Secret Intelligence Department in the other carriage stared coldly at Commodore, who appeared before them. Their expressions were hostile. It's fine, Thales said when he saw this. He is one of my men, a member of the Star Lake Guards. Raphael snorted softly. Are you sure? Thales pursed his lips and walked forward. Commodore. The prince sorted out his terrible mood. Shouldn't you be in Mindy's hall? Why are you here? Commodore moved his wary gaze away from Raphael. Officer Mallows gave me an order before I entered the palace, Your Highness. He asked me to keep an eye on one thing. If there is an accident, I am to slip out of Mindy's hall, gather my men, and come here to receive you. To avoid inconvenience to you. Mallows. Inconvenience. Thales seemed to have realized something. He turned around and cast a glance at Raphael behind him. The Baron-Bone man was silent for a second. In the end he tactfully retreated. Thales turned his head around and asked for the main point. You said an accident? Not long after you and the officer entered the palace, Your Highness. Commodore hesitated a little, but he still told Thales the truth. The people from the Flag-Bearer Division came. Flag-Bearer Division. Is it one of the 6 divisions led by Vice Guard Captain Vogel Talon at the banquet? What are they doing here? Thales was slightly puzzled. What do you mean? Commodore carefully observed Thales' reaction. You know, the person leading the team is the 2nd flag-bearer Gaetan. They did not allow any explanation, and immediately sealed off Mindy's hall. They detained everyone and said that they want to conduct a full investigation. Thales was shocked. What? Sealed off Mindy's hall? Why? Commodore forced a smile. Gaetan said that it was because of the accident at the banquet yesterday. Thales exhaled stiffly and painfully. As expected. This again. They said that our dereliction of duty meant that there was a loophole in the security, or even a mole. This might endanger the prince's safety, so they needed to conduct a thorough investigation and audit from top to bottom. Commodore sighed. He was a little dispirited. The investigation by the Flag-Bearer Division was very. Jonvold was interrogated for 2 hours before he came out. He did not look too good. And Morgan was practically tied up before he went in. Korsta was even suspected to be a foreign spy. Stone told us to obey and not resist, but Ness almost fought with them. Penal Officer Patterson wanted to use his status to plead for mercy, but Gaetan was famous for being shrewd and ruthless in his work. He did not give face to anyone. Thales' eyebrows furrowed even tighter. In any case, it was a huge operation. The Jadestar Private Army, the Nobles Affairs Office, and the Inner City Police Station were also there. I suspect that there were even people from the Kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department among them. The team was mighty, and I reckon that many people saw it. As Thales listened to Commodore's narration, he slowly widened his eyes. What does he mean? Mindy's Hall. The residence in the capital given to the Duke of Star Lake by the king. Locked down and investigated? Thales exhaled and tried his best to unclench his fists. He tried to understand the current situation. How did you sneak out? I used to work in the Inner City Police Station, Your Highness. Commodore's gaze was a little evasive, as if he was not too willing to talk about these few relationships. There were a few police officers who were in charge of locking down the perimeter. I was acquainted with them. Praka could have sneaked out as well, but Gaetan had an old grudge against him when he was young. He kept a close eye on him, and I reckoned that he would not let him have an easy time. Commodore looked behind the carriage. The only person I could find was Glover. He left in the morning because he was punished to recuperate. The people from the Flag-Bearer Division were very unhappy about this. Thales frowned a little. Glover? Right after he finished speaking, a familiar figure appeared from the other side of the carriage. Your Highness. First-class vanguard of the Star Lake Guards. The strong zombie Glover came before Thales in full armor. His expression was stern. We should immediately return to the city. I keep feeling that there is something on the other side of the carriage staring at us from the forest. It harbors ill intentions. When he saw the vanguard he was the most familiar with, Thales was completely at ease. But he immediately frowned and looked at Glover's back. But your injuries? Glover shook his head. He pulled open his collar and revealed the bandages inside. It's fine. My power of eradication can alleviate pain, and Glover swung his arms, and his eyebrows furrowed in a barely noticeable manner. Lord Mallows, he was merciful when he whipped me. It's as if he knew that this would happen, and he still needed me. Thales was slightly stunned, but he immediately remembered what Mallows said to him in the morning before he explained the temple and imperial style. Has no one from Renaissance Palace come yet? I guarantee you that they will definitely come, sooner or later. Thales suppressed his terrible mood. He understood something and asked, what about Doyle? Was he also whipped by Mallows on purpose, so that he could be released from Mindy's Hall to avoid trouble? Glover shook his head. No, I've seen it. Doyle's injuries should be real. He was beaten badly. Firstly, after what happened yesterday, the Doyle family is at the heart of the storm, Glover thought quietly. Secondly, Lord Mallows is probably very vengeful. Especially after Doyle called him Tormund Jr. during the banquet while he was drunk. So Mallows knew that this would happen. Thales' words interrupted Glover's thoughts. He entered Renaissance Palace with me. Where is he now? Commodore, who was by the side, answered. Will, an acquaintance of the flag-bearer division, owes me a favor. He just sent me a message to tell me that Lord Mallows is still in Renaissance Palace. He hesitated for a second. He is with Vice-Captain Talon. Thales exhaled. I understand now. So Tormund Mallows is my favorite personal captain. Even if he predicted the current situation. At this moment, he could not even protect himself. The flag-bearer division. The prince sighed, Vogel Talon. How courageous. Commodore and Glover looked at each other. Thales turned around and called out to Raphael, who was a distance away. Raphael, do you know about this? The Baron Bone Man walked closer. Thales noticed that his eyes had been disguised into another color. Under the hostile gazes of the two royal guards, Raphael revealed a friendly smile. What is it? Thales glanced at him and snorted coldly. Nothing. If it is inconvenient for you, Your Highness. Raphael was obviously very good at reading people's expressions. He saw some clues from the trio's expressions. The Secret Intelligence Department welcomes you to stay for a few more hours. Thank you, but there's no need, Thales refused decisively. I think you don't mind if I go back with my personal guards? Raphael looked at Thales for a few seconds. Go ahead. The Baron Bone Man smiled widely and called out the other two people's names and backgrounds, as if he was reciting his family's treasures. Caleb Glover from the Glover family and Gianluca Commodore from the police station. They are famous members of the Royal Guards. Of course we can trust them. Glover and Commodore frowned at the same time. But Raphael had already bowed, turned around and walked away. That's. Glover watched Raphael's back as he left. Only then did he slowly loosen his grip on the hilt of his sword. The person who cleans up my mess, Thales said gloomily. The prince was about to board the carriage without any explanation. Now let us return to Mindy's Hall and deal with the flag-bearer division. However, Glover shook his head firmly. No, Your Highness. Thales' expression changed slightly. Commodore took over the conversation, and his smile was a little stiff. What Commander Mallows means is, do not be in a hurry to return to Mindy's Hall. Thales looked puzzled. Commodore said carefully, those people from the flag-bearer division, they have? His Majesty's warrant. His Majesty's warrant. Thales was stunned. And the people from all the departments are? Commodore said awkwardly. If you show up rashly, and the situation becomes ugly, he did not continue speaking. But Thales already understood. The prince stood in front of the carriage in a daze. So, Thales said absent-mindedly, I just entered Renaissance Palace, and right after that, my nest was raided. Now I have a home, but I can't go back? Commodore looked ashamed. I am very sorry, Your Highness. We did not protect you well during the banquet, which led to such an accident. No. Thales forced himself to calm down, and tried to sort out the messy things that happened throughout the day. No, no, no. No, trust me. After he understood what was going on, Thales suddenly felt like laughing. This is definitely not your reason. Ever since he returned to Constellation, he had always abided by the rules and did not dare to be presumptuous. Last night was the first time he made a decision of freedom after he returned to the kingdom. And it might also be a risky choice. Then he paid the price. Thales could not help but laugh, causing the two guards to look at each other at a loss. As punishment, he had just sat in on an imperial conference while trembling with fear, then was mercilessly reprimanded by the king. After that, he was brought to the Secret Intelligence Department and enjoyed the company of the Black Prophet throughout the entire process. Even his Mindy's Hall and the Star Lake guards were severely punished. As for now, Glover interrupted in a low voice. In fact, Lord Mallows suggested that we return to Shing Palace. Return to Shing Palace? Thales sneered, and there was a hint of mockery in his voice that he did not even notice. Look for my father? No, look for Madame Gines. Commodore stared at Thales' expression carefully. The commander said that only she can protect you. Commodore kept the rest of his words in his heart. Thales fell silent. Look for Gines. Is that so? Then, I'm back to 6 years ago, when I just arrived at Mindy's Hall. I faced countless known and unknown threats, but I could only drift along with the waves. I sought protection from others. 6 years ago, the prince held onto the carriage. His face was expressionless, and he did not move. A long time had passed. Finally, after Commodore gave Glover a signal with his eyes for the third time, the Duke of Star Lake closed his eyes, sucked in a deep breath, and exhaled slowly. No, we are not returning to Shing Palace. We are not looking for Madame Gines either. Commodore and Glover frowned at the same time. Thales opened his eyes. We are going to Red Street Market in Western District. At that moment, the two guards were stunned. What? Thales held the carriage's axle tightly and gritted his teeth softly. There is a club called One Night's Romance over there. Commodore widened his eyes, while Glover's expression was solemn. Your Highness, why are we going there? Commodore asked tentatively. What are we doing? Of course. Thales let go of the wheel and cast him a glance. His tone was calm. We are going to look for women. Commodore first understood what Thales meant, then he felt incredibly troubled. But Your Highness, your identity, Thales snorted. Who said that I am going there as a prince? The prince boarded the carriage and pointed at the duo. Lead the way, Commodore. We will go and change our attire first. Then you will lead the way, Glover. The zombie shuddered. But Thales interrupted him rudely. Remember, Glover, after we reach there, your name will be. At that moment, Thales' smile disappeared, and his voice was incredibly cold. Raphael Lindbergh. Chapter 594. In the western district of Eternal Star City, a carriage that was simple and inconspicuous, but had cost a fortune to build drove through the stone road. It turned into the next intersection on the bustling street. This is Linha Street. Red Street Market is just down the road. Look, it's right there. Commodore's voice came from the driver's seat through the small window in front of the carriage. However, Thales was not affected in the slightest. Your Highness, Little Rascal, Imperial Conference, Secret Intelligence Department, Anchor, Goo in the bumpy carriage, the prince, who could not return to his home, pondered gloomily. He was not in the mood to admire the view of Eternal Star City's streets outside the window. Whether it was Renaissance Palace or the Secret Intelligence Department, whether it was the king or the Black Prophet, depression and unhappiness were his main themes today. But what concerned the youth the most was what Anchor Byral said before he fainted. Hold on to your sword. Thales subconsciously clenched his fists, but he realized that he was unarmed and his palms were empty. He lowered his head and stared blankly at his left hand. but he could only see the scar on his palm. "Your Highness?" Thales only snapped out of his daze when he suddenly felt a weight on his shoulder. In the carriage, Glover nodded at him and let go of the prince's shoulders. "Are you sure we want to do this? Red Street Market?" Commodore turned his head around from the window outside the carriage. "If Officer Mallows finds out..." He had a troubled expression on his face. Glover's expression did not change, but his eyes expressed the same concern. Thales adjusted the collar of his newly changed clothes and sighed. These people, even if he had the title of Royal Guards or Star Lake Guards, even if he was the second prince come Duke of Star Lake, the second most respected person in the country. However, be it Commodore or Glover, or even Doyle who had the best relationship with him at the moment, they still had doubts about him, right? As for Mallows... "You're right then." Thales remained silent for a second before he turned his head and shouted towards the empty window. "Do you have any objection, Mallows?" Glover and Commodore were both stunned. "Mallows? What do you think?" He knocked on the wall of the carriage and pretended to listen for a while. "Looks like..." The prince turned his head around and looked at the stiff Glover and the resigned Commodore. He spread his arms in regret. "He has no objections." Glover's eyebrows twitched, but he did not say anything. Commodore could only put on an unnatural smile and turn back to drive the carriage. Their carriage slowly entered the main road of Red Street Market, joining the other carriages and passers-by. Outside the window, it immediately became lively. Greetings, hawkers soliciting customers, cursing, and so on. It drew Thales' attention from the past back to reality. If one did not look at anything else, Red Street Market was probably no different from the other affluent parts of the Western District. Wide main streets, neat houses, alleys that extended in all directions, and crowds of people jostling each other. However, the number of entertainment venues here was unmatched by other places. Taverns, hotels, gambling dens, theaters, street stalls, and roadside shops that specialized in good stuff. Of course, there were also the various clubhouses that Red Street Market lacked. As he stared at the street outside the window, Thales could not help but feel a little dazed. When he was still a child beggar, Thales had snuck into Red Street Market more than once to look for business. Of course, it was in the evening, when it was busier and safer. It should be known that beggars were as sensitive to fixed territories as cats and dogs, gangs, and even countries, even if they were just trying to make a living under different gangs. But at that time, the child beggar Thales was mixed in with the crowd. He was either pushed around, bullied, or looked down on. This was the first time he sat in a carriage and strolled around Eternal Star City as a normal citizen, or even a noble guest. Commodore lifted the reins and whipped his whip. His work experience of protecting important people had given him the skills to drive a carriage. He shuttled through the streets, ignoring the small brothels and even the prostitutes in the surrounding area. He went straight to his destination. Along the way, they met many men. Some of them welcomed and sent them off with great enthusiasm. Some of them were new arrivals and were at a loss. Some of them were impatient when they called out to their friends. Some of them were shy and reserved. Some of them were dressed simply and furtively. Some of them were dressed fashionably and acted elegantly. Some of them were rushing around with important matters. And some of them were strolling leisurely and laughing. There were also many women on the street. There were procuresses with fake smiles, women who were busy washing, female workers who were covered in dirt, female servants who were in a hurry, poor girls who dressed up like boys and ran errands all over the street, noble women who came to take their husbands home with anger written all over their faces. There were even noble ladies who sneaked out of their carriages and hid behind handkerchiefs and fans as they looked outside with flushed faces. Thales and his carriage blended into the crowd. It was inconspicuous and did not stop along the way. Soon, it drove into the central area and entered a group of houses with luxurious decorations and shining signboards. "Hey sisters, we have guests. Look at that carriage. It's made of good materials." The sin of Hell's river surged, and a delicate voice instantly entered Thales' ears. "Go and put on your makeup. Tighten your corset. Oh my God, what kind of perfume is this? Go and wash up. Damn it, who took away my sexy lingerie? That's a secret handmade design by Zavik Taylor. Be more heroic. Delicate beauties are no longer in fashion nowadays. Everyone likes tough ones. In an instant, the three people in the carriage were like bees who had strayed into a bush of flowers. They bumped into the most eye-catching scenery in the entire Red Street Market. All kinds of beauties. Thales subconsciously gulped. This carriage, it must be some young master who sneaked out. It's too early, it's not even evening yet. Looks like he's in a hurry, he. They were all over the houses on both sides of the main road, under the porches, on the balconies, in the alleys, behind the windows, hiding in every corner that one could not notice but that was clearly there. Most of them were in the prime of their lives, and they were beautiful and alluring. He must not want others to know that he came at this hour. Let me guess, he's someone who likes to swallow swords. Then let's wake Tony up? No, he served 3 men last night. His front and back are hurting, he can't even walk. Let him sleep for a while. Then I'll tighten the bandages and change into men's clothes? Bah, men's clothes are easy, but do you have a lower part? How do you know I don't have one? Maybe it'll be bigger than his. Then let me try first? Hey! Oh, you're really coming. Let go. I'll scratch you to death, you little b******. Ha. Fake, we'll never become men. So what? I'm pretty good like this. Besides, the men here aren't as big as us. Is that so? Let me see, maybe I rubbed them until they were big? Hey, you're still. It took me a lot of effort to tighten the strap of my underwear. Thales blushed as he listened, trying his best to keep a straight face. Some of them were elegant and noble, some had seductive bodies and sexy temperaments. Some were seductive and captivating, some looked pitiful and delicate, some were charming and enchanting, some were dignified and elegant, and some were as cold as ice. Some of them revealed their true faces in a flash, earning the guests' attention and cries of surprise. Some laughed and covered their faces as they shrank back, evoking sighs of anticipation and disappointment. Some wantonly hooked their fingers lightly, stirring up the fervor and madness of the men. Maybe it's that lover of yours? The one who gave you the family emblem and said he's coming to marry you? You're so annoying. Just another heartless man who's greedy. Or a silly old man who's been blinded by love. They were like the beautiful elves in the forest in fairy tales, hiding here and there, appearing and disappearing. Sometimes they appeared, sometimes they were mysterious, sometimes they were passionate, sometimes they were cold, sometimes they were affectionate, sometimes they were indifferent, sometimes they were pure and holy, and sometimes they were flirtatious, making the hearts of the spectators itch. It made people want to give up everything, follow them, get to the root of the matter, see their true faces, enter the room, and kiss them. Slap. Glover extended his hand out of the driver's seat and slapped Commodore, who had his head raised in a daze and forgot about his business. It also shocked Thales, who had his horizons broadened. Sorry, ahem. Commodore touched the back of his head, which was in pain, and said awkwardly, I've been here a few times. Of course, it's because of official business. I've been here a few times. This is just the beginning in the afternoon. It'll be even livelier at night. Second-class protector, Commodore, Glover said coldly. He moved in front of the carriage window while he was at it, and blocked a beautiful young lady who was winking at Thales gently from the second floor. His Highness still has matters to attend to. Of course, Commodore apologized sheepishly. He turned his head to look at the few locals who surrounded them once the carriage slowed down. No, we don't need a tour guide, we don't need introductions, and we don't need... Hey, don't tug on my reins. All right, take this money and stop bothering us. The protector sent away the hospitable local escorts, in exasperation. Obviously, Commodore did not lie about this. He was indeed not good at this kind of situation. The carriage continued to move forward for a while, took a few turns, and passed by a group of hot-blooded young nobles who were commenting on different ladies and beauties. Look at them. They're so confident, frivolous, and comfortable. Thales said to himself in silence. I'm not like myself. I'm still young, but there's already a heavy burden on my shoulders, and I'm bound by it. I'm really lethargic. The teenager laughed bitterly in a self-deprecating manner. They drove out of the lively area. Commodore then stopped the carriage by the side and pointed at the other end of the street. Look, that's the One Night's Romance. It's located at the front of the core area of Red Street Market. It's in a good location. Thales craned his head out. What appeared in his line of sight was a luxurious and grand house with people coming and going. The brokers outside the house fawned over him, and they were extremely passionate. The madams on the stairs waved their handkerchiefs and smiled delightfully. There was no need to even mention the beauties at the windows and balconies. They could be said to be charming, and they were as beautiful as flowers. That's the clubhouse that Felicia opened? One night's romance? But for some reason, the teenager felt that it was strangely familiar, but also a little unfamiliar. It's a little new. Glover frowned as he observed the exterior of the One Night's Romance building. He voiced his puzzlement. It doesn't fit in with its surroundings. Commodore sent away a broker who wanted to come forward and introduce some business to him. When he heard this, his eyes lit up. Of course, it was rebuilt on the ruins of an old chess room. The former police officer was in high spirits. 6 years ago, on a certain night, two gangs fought for the right to protect Red Street Market. They fought until their eyes were bloodshot. Those sons of B** cheese even brought out eternal oil. The sound of the explosion even alerted the chief garrison officer of the capital. Thales' heart skipped a beat when he heard this. He stared at the newly built clubhouse and compared it to the roads around it. He slowly confirmed his memories. No. 6 years ago, it was not the explosion caused by eternal oil that caused this building to be rebuilt. He supported himself against the wall of the carriage and told himself in his heart. No. Commodore noticed that the prince had an unusual expression on his face. He hesitantly opened his mouth to speak. He spoke hesitantly. Before we get down from the carriage, may I ask why we are here, Your Highness? We can't really be here to look for a woman, right? Glover sized up the situation around him warily, but his ears subconsciously turned towards Thales. It was obvious that he wanted to know the answer as well. Of course not. Thales smiled mysteriously. I just need to confirm something. Something that is not necessary to spread, even if it is to Mallows. Do you understand? The prince stared at Glover in the carriage and Commodore in the driver's seat seriously. Perhaps it was because of their statuses, or perhaps it was because of their aggressive gazes, but both of them looked at each other and nodded in the end. All right, you are the master. I have no right to comment. But if the fact that we came to Red Street Market is known by others, John, trust me, Thales said to Commodore in resignation. You are not the first person to be worried about this. And I have been lectured for an entire day because of this. Commodore hesitated for a long time. In the end, he still buried the words, then, did you not learn your lesson? In his heart. He jumped down from the driver's seat and opened the door for Thales. He then focused on the rather promising task of accompanying the prince to run away from home and seek pleasure. No. Glover extended his hand in time and pressed down on Thales, who was about to get down from the carriage. We cannot go there directly. It is too obvious, regardless of whether it is His Highness' age or our temperament. The zombie stared at the crowd coming and going on the street warily. We will be recognized. Commodore quirked his eyebrows and put away his expression that said, I am the protector here. Oh, they have already recognized us. Thales was puzzled. Glover looked at him. The former police officer pointed at the street with a habitual expression. I am not talking about His Highness' status, but this is Red Street Market. All the people on the street, regardless of whether they are child beggars on the street, doormen of clubhouses, coachmen, or helpers in pastry shops, have been living in Red Street Market for a long time. Their eyes are sharp, and they have long recognized that this is a carriage from a wealthy family. Glover's expression was solemn as he thought quietly. But Commodore changed the topic, and he became relaxed. But you do not have to worry too much. Many nobles and children of officials will come here to seek pleasure. Of course, it will be livelier at night. In fact, I am willing to bet that Protector Doyle is definitely more familiar with this place. Thales exhaled. If only Doyle was not whipped. Commodore tried his best to dispel the duo's worries, but Glover still looked wary. He did not let down his guard at all. It was as if after he entered Red Street Market, he turned into a suspicious beast. Thales looked at their expressions, quirked an eyebrow, and nodded. All right, but we might as well keep a low profile. The prince stuck his head out of the carriage and pointed at the One Night's Romance, which was located diagonally across the street. When we go in, can we not cross the main road and not go through the main entrance? For example. Thales looked at the street, which was bustling with activity and filled with customers. Go through the back door? Commodore scratched his chin. Theoretically, we can go around to Lower City District and enter Red Street Market from another direction. Then we can go through the back door. This way we can avoid the crowd, but I strongly suggest that we do not do this. Lower City District. Thales frowned, while Glover's face was filled with suspicion. Even though the security of Western District and Lower City District is under the responsibility of the Western District Police Station, forgive me for being straightforward, but their jurisdiction and authority only goes as far as Red Street Market. Among the 5 police stations in Eternal Star City, Western District has always been the worst. There are scum everywhere, and they collude with each other. Every year, a few corrupt police officers and patrol members will be caught. Commodore put on a disgusted and disdainful expression. Especially Lower City District. I am not doubting our ability to protect His Highness, but that place is not safe, and it is easy to cause trouble. At this moment, Glover suddenly raised his head. His eyes shone brilliantly, and he stared outside the carriage. Be on guard. The zombie's entire body tensed up, as if he was facing a great enemy. It shocked Thales and Commodore. What's wrong? Both of them followed Glover's gaze and looked at the clubhouse across the street. One Night's Romance. It was only then that Thales realized that at some point of time, there were quite a number of people around One Night's Romance. Most of them were dressed simply, and their gazes were cold. They were pacing back and forth as they sized up their surroundings. Something is not right. Commodore also noticed that something was not right. He instinctively closed the carriage door from the outside, leaving only the window open. These people are not customers. Thales slowly gathered at the center of his brows. They are thugs. Glover's expression was dark, and he stated the truth in a concise and clear manner. They are people who specialize in violence in the gangs. Before Commodore could be surprised by his colleague's judgment, he heard the prince add in an equally serious tone, "They are Black Street Brotherhood. They are their thugs." A thug stopped a customer who wanted to enter the clubhouse. While the customer protested in dissatisfaction, the thug searched the person's entire body violently while he interrogated him in detail. Something happened. Thales cautiously stared at the crowd outside the clubhouse, whom he was once very familiar with. The people inside and outside the carriage were silent for a while. Commodore gulped. Maybe they are here to watch over the business? Honestly, this is normal. Not just that. Thales' voice rose. Glover and Commodore turned to him at the same time. Thales' gaze moved to the surroundings of the clubhouse, and he became even more serious. They are not just thugs. Look at the surroundings. The helpers and apprentices in the various shops, the runners and child beggars on the streets, and even the hawkers and peddlers by the roadside. They are not in a normal state. Under Thales' reminder, Glover and Commodore did what they were supposed to do. They carefully observed the situation at the end of the street, and their expressions slowly changed. Commodore returned to the driver's seat and asked with uncertainty, "Are they frightened by the gangs?" No. Thales shook his head, and he became even more certain of his thoughts. Because they are also from the Brotherhood. Commodore turned his head around in puzzlement. What? Thales searched through his past experience on the streets and made a guess. Out of interest or habit, these people are actually the Brotherhood's spies, and they are happy to pass information for them. Obviously, they have also been instructed and reminded to pay attention to the movements around them. Commodore said solemnly, Were they deliberately trained by the Brotherhood to be like this? No. Thales shook his head. Because this is their original appearance. The Black Street Brotherhood was not born in the void. Instead, it originated from desperate people who had nowhere else to go. From the very first day, they were deeply rooted in the communities of the people at the bottom of society. Under Commodore and Glover's puzzled gazes, Thales said airily, "In the worst places, if you are in a difficult situation, unable to continue living, miserable, and struggling to survive, The Brotherhood is one of the ways out for you. There is no need for disguise or cover-up. Everyone lives their own lives. When there is a need, you will consciously and tacitly inform the members with the black ribbon tied around their arms, and provide them with convenience. When he thought of the past, Thales became slightly absent-minded. Glover and Commodore exchanged a surprised glance. They were rather surprised by the prince's knowledge. "Jean, you said that one night of amorous encounters was established after the gangs fought against each other?" Thales asked cautiously. "Yes. 6 years ago, the scumbags from the Brotherhood and Blood Bottle Gang fought each other. They brought disaster to Red Street Market, causing the important people to not be able to visit the brothel." Commodore suppressed his questions and vigilantly observed the thugs who were gradually increasing in number. "I heard that the Western City Police Station intervened and forced them to stop fighting." 6 years ago. Red Street Market. The Brotherhood and Blood Bottle Gang. Stop fighting. Thales' frown deepened. "Your Highness, what should we do? Are we still going?" Thales raised a finger and gestured for them to be quiet. "Let's wait and see." While the two were puzzled, the teenager took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and summoned the sin of Hell's River. He instantly activated Hell's senses, especially focusing on his ears and hearing. Soon footsteps, collisions, friction, moans, coquettish laughter, curses, messy and disorderly noises came from the opposite corner of the street. At the same time, they assaulted Thales' senses. But after experiencing the journey in the desert, Thales, who had grown a lot, skillfully adjusted the range of the sin of Hell's River. Like calming an untamed beast, he did not let his overly sensitive senses hinder him. At the same time, he filtered out useless noises. Only the most crucial conversations were left. Did Blood Bottle Gang do this? The voice of a thug from the Brotherhood traveled into his ears. There was indignation and eagerness in his voice. "I don't know, but if Leorc finds out, I really want to see his expression. I heard that all the sleepless have been transferred here." Thales turned his head slightly and searched for other focal points. Very soon he found the truth. "Who dares to kidnap people in our territory? Is it a cop?" "It's possible, but I heard that the big cop in Western City has an agreement with us. Boss Morris is back. I heard that he is very angry. He personally brought people to Fantasy Blade and Red Viper to ask for the person. No, Blood Bottle Gang refuses to admit it. The situation is very ugly. Damn it, are they going to fight again?" "How long has it been since the ceasefire?" Thales slowly grasped the key information. "It could also be done by foreigners who don't know the ropes. You know, bandits and whatnot. After the prince returned to the country, many foreigners came to the city from the top to the bottom. Damn prince. Wouldn't it be fine if he just stayed in the north? All he brought back is trouble." Thales' mood became more solemn. At this moment, another voice entered his senses. "They found her. Felicia, she's still alive." Thales' eyelids twitched. "She came back on her own. It was a false alarm. My younger brother said that she did not look well. The moment she came back, she kept asking to see Lady Lance. No matter who did this, they do not want us to have an easy time." Kidnapping. Felicia. Thales opened his eyes. "I think I know what is going on. They are pissed off." Under the strange gazes of his two subordinates, Thales looked at the signboard of Amorous Night, and sighed in his heart. "Then your highness Commodore asked tentatively. Thales looked at the team of thugs surrounding Amorous Night, and shook his head in disappointment. No. Obviously, when the kingdom's secret intelligence department kidnapped Felicia from this place, they did not consider keeping a low profile at all. The Brotherhood has been poked. At least, they can forget about getting close today. At least, they can't get close in a low profile." In his disappointment, Thales leaned against the carriage. More conversations traveled into his ears. "I am Redmore. Boss Morris has ordered us, sleepless ones, to guard the territory of Red Street Market for the next few days. Reduce the number of customers received by half. Strengthen the sentries. Pay attention and see if there is anyone following us these few days. Wait, how long has the carriage at the corner of the street been parked there? Let's go and take a look." Thales wanted to hear more, until he came to a realization with a jolt. They are talking about us. This is bad. When Glover saw quite a number of thugs walking towards them warily and suspiciously, his expression changed. He knocked on the driver's seat. Protector Commodore, I think they have noticed us. Get ready to run. Commodore was shocked. He looked at the thugs from the Brotherhood who were getting closer, and calmly dug out his pockets. It's okay. I brought my previous police officer badge as long as— No, Glover interrupted him. His tone was firm and solemn. Those are the Brotherhood, not Blood Bottle Gang. They don't care, and it is not convenient for us to reveal our identities. Commodore frowned. The thugs were getting closer. Quite a number of people looked at Commodore, who was wearing a cloak and hiding himself in the driver's seat. Glover is right. We cannot be held back here. Let's go immediately. Thales made his final decision. We'll talk about it another day. At that moment, hey! At the other end of the street, among the thugs who were getting closer and closer, the leader called Redmore spoke to their carriage. Guests over there, aren't you coming over to play? Commodore and Thales' expressions changed slightly. Do you know that one-night stands are on sale today? As Redmore spoke, he made a gesture. The thugs around them quietly spread out and surrounded them. This is bad. Thales mumbled. In the next second, Glover resolutely opened the door on the other side and climbed out of the carriage. He moved to the driver's seat without touching the ground and squeezed Commodore to the side. Let me do it. Commodore was still hesitating. But Glover pulled the reins without warning and shouted angrily, Sit tight. As the horses neighed, the carriage instantly started moving. Asterisk thud thud thud. Asterisk Thales did not have time to react. He staggered and crashed against the wall behind him. He quickly extended his hands to support himself. Hey! The thug's pursuit and Redmore's exasperated shouts came from outside the carriage. Stop. Damn, I knew there was something wrong with it. Glover, who was driving the carriage, had a cold expression on his face. He hurriedly urged the horse, and the carriage sped out of the street and continued to accelerate. Vanguard Glover. Ouch, my nose. Slow down, His Highness is still in the carriage. Commodore's pained cry came from the driver's seat. It was obvious that he had hit his nose while he was speeding. The wheels rolled on the stone road and jolted back and forth. Thales trembled in the carriage and felt as if his soul was about to ascend to heaven. The scenery outside the window quickly receded, and the shocked faces of the passers-by were reflected like a trotting horse lantern. It was in the afternoon, and there were not many people on Red Street Market. However, their horse carriage was rampaging without any restraint, causing the passers-by to scream and retreat. Along the way, they even knocked over a hawker's stall, causing a wave of curses. Stop it! Stop it! The Brotherhood will reward you handsomely. The voices of Redmore and a group of thugs came from behind, sounding more and more urgent. Pa! Get lost! Glover shouted and whipped out his horse whip to chase the passers-by away. What's the point of getting a bounty if you're dead? Asterisk clatter, clatter, clatter. Asterisk the carriage sped up, and they did not care about where they were going. No, 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 watch the road! Commodore screamed in shock. The carriage could not avoid it and broke a clothes-drying pole. A few pieces of clothing flew into the carriage window. The unlucky Thales tried his best to maintain his balance. He could not dodge in time, and his face was covered by a woman's bra. Damn it! The prince pulled the bra off his face in exasperation. Oh my God, this is the fastest and worst horse carriage I've ever sat in. The horse carriage sped forward, and the pursuers did not stop. The road in Red Street Market was a mess. Take a shortcut and stop them. Son of a b****. Redmore shouted angrily and gave his orders. A group of people from the pursuing team immediately separated and disappeared into the alley. Damn it, they are the local tyrants. They know the way. Commodore, who finally managed to stabilize himself in the driver's seat, said anxiously, Have you thought about where to go? Go back the same way we came? Glover's expression was calm, and he pretended that he did not hear anything. He only focused on urging the horse and drove the carriage faster. However, in the next second, the zombie's arm tightened its muscles and pulled back its arm fiercely. Asterisk thump. Amid the sorrowful cries of the horses, and the sound of hooves being pulled back, the entire carriage came to an abrupt stop and turned around. One of the wheels was thrown into the air, and the carriage flew into the air. At that moment, it was as if time had slowed down. Thale's eyes slowly widened. In the carriage, his body also rose into the air. The scenery outside the carriage window moved up, and revealed a lady who was drying her underwear on a balcony on the second floor. She also exchanged a glance with Thales in the carriage in surprise before she disappeared from his sight. Damn it! Outside the carriage, before Commodore's sorrowful cry could finish, it was drowned out by the howling wind. In such a dangerous position, the carriage, which had half of its wheels empty, went along with the powerful inertia and crashed into an alley. Commodore was not the only one who was unlucky. Bang. Thales spun 180 degrees in the air before he crashed into the carriage at the back. Giddy up! Glover shouted angrily again. Rumble. The half of the wheels in the air landed on the ground again. It trembled and sped up again. Damn it! The carriage stabilized again. The prince crawled up from the sofa in the carriage in agony and cursed in his heart. Forget that this is not a carriage to the clubhouse. But he still wants to speed up to make the turn? Those who don't know might think that you're going to catch a thief. No, catch a prawn. Before Thale's soul could land, he discovered to his horror that the walls outside the window were getting closer and closer. Thud, thud, thud. In the extreme tremors, the prince activated the sin of Hell's River, and held onto the wall of the carriage tightly. He moved closer to the small window behind the driver's seat. Where are we going? Thale's words were strangled in his throat. Through Glover's shoulder he saw in despair. In front of the carriage, there was only an alley that was getting narrower, dimmer, and darker. It seemed like there was no way out. It was a dead end. Over there. Follow closely. Even though he could not see them, the shouts of his pursuers became more urgent, as if they were right beside him. As he stared at the alley that was as narrow as a grain of rice, Thales felt a chill in his heart. They can't get through. The horses whined helplessly. The walls on both sides were getting closer and closer. Thales gulped. Should I ask Glover to stop the carriage? The Brotherhood is not easy to deal with. But if I reveal my identity, they might not dare to do anything. The news of the Duke of Star Lake wreaking havoc in Red Street Market with a carriage full of underwear might spread throughout the kingdom. When he recalled the king's expression and the Black Prophet's smile, Thales felt a headache coming on. But reality always exceeded his expectations. Hold on tight. Glover did not intend to slow down at all. Instead, he whipped the horse even more fiercely and violently, forcing it to increase its speed and charge forward into the dim and narrow alley. Seeing that the carriage was about to be destroyed, Thales was shocked. He was about to shout for them to stop. No, zombie, it's too narrow, we can't get through. Commodore's panicked voice rose again. He even blurted out Glover's nickname. Trust me. But Glover pressed his companion down and shouted angrily. I know the dimensions of this place. We can get in. In the next second, the carriage charged into the narrow alley without stopping. The tarpaulin above them blocked the sunlight, and the surroundings were instantly dark. Trust me. Glover's voice was a little distorted. The windows on both sides dimmed at the same time. Swoosh. A terrifying grinding sound rose beside his ears. Thales tried his best to sit in the middle. He closed his eyes and stretched his legs to block the carriage. He swore. If he survived, he would definitely give an order. For the rest of his life, Glover could forget about touching the carriage's reins again. However, thump, 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 after a series of uneasy bumps, the prince realized to his surprise that the carriage gradually steadied. In the next second, his eyes lit up. Sunlight appeared outside the window again. The horse panted and pulled the carriage out of the alley in pain. It then drove into the main road. It gave a plaintive cry to its surly master. But it could only receive another merciless whipping. All right, we are safe. Glover's tone became steady. Commodore, who was beside him, was still panting. As he stared at the street outside the window that became clearer, Thales exhaled. He had just calmed down from the shock. The carriage began to slow down. But behind them, The sound of footsteps that were chasing after them approached them rapidly, but they disappeared in an instant. Damn it! Redmore cursed, but he was soon gone with the wind. The sound of pursuit became softer and further away. Commodore held onto the carriage and looked behind him in puzzlement. Why are they not chasing us anymore? This is Blood Bottle Gang's jurisdiction. Glover did not even turn his head. He only held the reins calmly. As you said, the Brotherhood has an agreement with them to divide Red Street Market. No one dares to cross the boundary easily. The carriage regained its normal speed and traveled steadily for a while. The passers-by no longer looked at them in surprise and bewilderment. A few minutes later, they were finally certain that they had broken away from the pursuit. Glover sized up the rear warily for the last time before he returned the reins to Commodore. With different emotions, the three of them exhaled at the same time. But Vanguard Glover. Once he regained his ability to think normally, Commodore was the first to ask a question. I remember D.D. saying that every time he brought people to Red Street Market to play, you always refused. The former police officer drove the carriage carefully. At the same time, he looked at Glover in puzzlement. But how do you know this place so well? You even travel through the alleys with ease? Just like going home. Commodore suppressed this sentence in his heart. Fales did not say anything, but he also moved closer to the small window and looked at Glover. Glover's expression did not change. But the teenager keenly noticed that the zombie's arm was slowly tightening around him with his hell senses. Because Glover stared at the street expressionlessly, and his words came to a halt. A few seconds later, the zombie closed his eyes and exhaled, as if he had given up on something. Because I grew up here. At that moment, Thales and Commodore were both stunned. It's here. Glover opened his eyes when he faced their puzzled gazes. His tone was dejected, and his expression was solemn. Red Street Market. At that second, Glover stared at the main road of Red Street Market quietly. His gaze was subtle, and the meaning behind it was difficult for others to understand. The sound of horse hooves continued, and the wheels of the carriage did not stop. Thales and Commodore spent a few seconds before they recovered from this news. They didn't tell me. Commodore coughed. He felt a little awkward. Because no one knows. When I joined the guards, my file was partially sealed. Glover's voice was hoarse and dull, like a bad student who flipped open a book on a subject he was the least skilled in. In Mindy's hall, the only one who knows about this is Lord Mallows. Thales stared at his back quietly in the carriage. Amid the noisy voices of the people and the monotonous sounds of the carriage, Commodore, who had accidentally learned of his colleague's secret, nodded in embarrassment. Really? That's why I said, yes. Glover spoke slowly. He admitted to it while he was filled with complicated emotions. A long time ago, I once lived here, on the streets of Red Street Market. I was a member of Blood Bottle Gang. He exuded a rotten and dark presence as he said hoarsely, child beggar. At that moment, Thales shuddered. Child beggar. Glover, child beggar. In the carriage, the prince was in a daze and did not speak. Child beggar. Commodore was shocked and bewildered. His gaze moved back and forth between the surrounding streets and Glover, who was covered in darkness. But, Your Excellency, are you not a member of the 7 Jade Star attendants, the Wynne Knight Glover family? Thales coughed loudly and interrupted Commodore's words. The two people outside the carriage turned their heads at the same time. I think we have alerted some people. Thales resisted the urge to look at Glover with a gaze other than when he looked at his subordinates. Instead, he tried hard to maintain his normal tone and said seriously, we have to hide for a while. The three of them were silent for a while. Of course. Commodore understood what he meant. He averted his gaze and no longer stared at his colleague with a strange gaze. The zombie cast Thales a glance. In the end, he nodded slightly and looked at the road ahead. Follow me. First-class Vanguard Caleb Glover, who was born with a noble background, sneered softly. There was a mocking tone in his words that he thought only he understood. I know the way. Chapter 595. I can't figure it out either. Let's go to the usual place to read it. This can also be considered as a great promotion for free reading. Kingdom Bloodline, Chapter 87. I know the road currently typing, please wait a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Chapter 596. In a deserted alley, Thales stepped down from the carriage while wearing a cloak. He was sandwiched between Commodore and Glover, who were dressed similarly. The way the two of them looked around vigilantly made them look like guilty patrons who were cheating on their wives. Glover led the way. They passed through two doorways skillfully, and after making several turns in different alleys and windows, while deftly avoiding the clothes hangers that extended overhead, including the spilled dirty water, they arrived at the back door of a mysterious house. The path was uneven and filthy. Along the way, he even met a few child beggars with wary gazes. It made Thales absent-minded, and he felt like he was dreaming of his childhood. I feel a little dizzy. We just came here to lie low for a while. Commodore rubbed his forehead, which was accidentally hit by a window. He sized up the wooden door in front of him. But where exactly is this place? Don't tell me it's some unruly illegal inn. Obviously, this former police officer who was used to serving the nobles in the inner city was not used to this kind of place. Thales could not help but laugh. The standard of legal and illegal did not really apply here. In fact, almost all the legal shops in Red Street Market, which had been operating for many years, had more or less illegal methods, and most of the illegal businesses had legal cover. It's an old shop. We just came in through the back door. Glover pulled his hood tight and shook his head at them. Then he pulled open the old, shabby and stingy back door. He skillfully lifted the crimson curtain and led them into the dimly lit room. Thales and Commodore followed them into the house, and they immediately realized that it did not fit in with the alley outside. The lights here were warm, and the air was filled with a fresh fragrance that made people feel relaxed. The porch of the gatehouse was covered with silk curtains and tulle. The design and arrangement were unique, and the decorative paintings and tapestries were quite artistic. It's just the atmosphere. Thales vaguely heard the laughter of a man and a woman in one of the rooms through Hell's senses. It's a little weird. Glover hid his face under the cloak. He ignored a young girl who was scantily dressed and carrying a wine set as she walked past them. He led them up the creaking wooden stairs and into a corridor filled with rooms on the second floor. Oh, I feel like I have been here before. Commodore scratched his head. A crisp bell rang above their heads, and the three of them looked up at the same time. It was a tall, slender, and beautiful girl wearing a thin veil. Her long hair draped over her shoulders, and her eyebrows were picturesque. She sat contentedly on the stairwell of the third floor, shaking her pair of fair and bare feet as she smiled at them. The young girl skipped down the steps in a lively manner, the bells on her ankles tinkling delightfully. Welcome to Laurel Club. But as soon as she spoke, the expressions of the three of them changed. Thales could immediately tell from the person's neutral tone that it was not a young girl. Instead, it was a fair-skinned, delicate-looking young man who was so handsome that it was hard to distinguish his gender. In fact, his clothes were thin, and his neck and thighs were wrapped in thin gauze. His movements were gentle and delicate, which made people want to love him. The expressions of the three immediately became strange. Since you're able to come in from here, I can tell that you're esteemed guests with extraordinary backgrounds. The teenager smiled in a friendly manner. He was a little bashful and shy. Your humble servant Qianqian is at your service. The young man casually flipped his hair, exuding a wonderful charm. Glover looked around for a while before he frowned. Where's Aunt Ellie? The pretty teenager named Qianqian blinked playfully and circled around the three of them. She swayed her hips, and her figure was alluring. Unfortunately, she passed away a few weeks ago. Don't worry, it's definitely not syphilis. We are a legitimate club, and we have strict and regular medical checks. Glover's expression became gloomy. Commodore cast a glance at the prince and his colleagues. He knew that he had to be the one to negotiate with them, so he coughed and moved forward. We want to keep a low profile. He habitually took out a few copper coins and stuffed them into Qianqian's hands. Qianqian beamed. He flipped his palm, and the copper coins instantly disappeared without a trace. Understood. My 3 bosses, you went through the back door, so there won't be any problems. Thales noticed that there was a strange sense of exquisiteness in his voice. Not only was there no deliberate fake voice, it sounded natural and at ease. In addition, the teenager's every movement was charming, and in an instant, his gender was somewhat blurred. So how many of you are there? What services do you want? Qianqian stopped circling them. He curled his fingers and started to play with a corner of the thin veil. His gaze landed on Thales, who appeared to be the most low-profile and delicate among them. We are a famous and time-honored club. We have role-playing, plot reenactments, bondage abuse, group sports. We have everything. By the way, the northern style is very popular in the capital recently. We happen to have a new girl or boy. Commodore gulped and looked at Thales with a troubled expression. Actually, we just need a place to rest. Glover pushed Commodore away. His face was expressionless, and his tone was cold. We want Lillian's services. The zombie moved his feet and blocked Thales. 3 of you? You want Sister Lillian? The delicate and gentle teenager furrowed his eyebrows slightly. While he pondered, he poked his cheeks. There was a different kind of cuteness to him. He stood on tiptoe and looked at the short and sturdy Commodore and Thales, who had his head lowered. When Glover saw this, he blocked the prince again. He tugged at the scarf around his neck. Perhaps you need a few more young ladies or young men. When he said this, Qianqian blushed slightly and blinked shyly. You know I can also. No. Glover stiffly interrupted Qianqian, who was intentionally or unintentionally revealing his fair neck. As long as it's Lillian. When she saw that the other party was not interested in her, Qianqian looked disappointed. Hey, Lady Lillian is our top hostess. A thought appeared in his head. He twisted his body and squeezed in front of Thales. We are very busy right now. Why don't I introduce Olivia and Cosette to you? But Glover pressed down on Qianqian's shoulder as she moved closer to Thales. Qianqian let out a soft ah. He pressed against Glover's iron wrist, and his gaze was resentful. The zombie's expression froze. He subconsciously let go of Qianqian and said coldly, I may not have been here for a long time, but I know the rules. Bring us to Lillian. Or just call Grandmother Laurel. Let's see what she has to say. Qianqian looked aggrieved. All right. Lillian it is. She's so fierce. She keeps mentioning Grandmother Laurel. How should I address her? It's none of your business. Glover was about to refuse, but Thales nudged his waist gently. Thales coughed under his cloak and walked in front of Glover. Raphael. His name is Raphael Lindbergh. Commodore and Glover looked at each other. Qianqian quirked an eyebrow. He looked at Thales, who only revealed the lower half of his face. He suddenly moved closer to Thales and smiled mischievously. What about you? Who is this young man? Qianqian's fragrance wafted into his nose. Thales was shocked and took a step back. Heir. Waya, my name is Waya. Qianqian's gaze wandered about. She repeated the name a few times softly with a contemplative expression. You just talked to me. Glover cut in between them stiffly. My brother is still young. Stay away from him. He stared warily at the beautiful teenager who welcomed the guests. Qianqian puffed up her cheeks and stared at the big man who blocked Thales' way. It's okay, Raphael. Thales smiled gently and gestured for the unsociable zombie to step back. Relax, be friendly. The prince flashed a friendly smile at Qianqian. Don't mind him. That's how my brother is. When he saw Thales' actions, the beautiful teenager beamed with joy again. It's okay, Waya. Qianqian smiled happily at Thales. I'm doing this for your sake. When Glover was not paying attention, the teenager, whose gender was indistinguishable, made a playful bow sound at Thales with his lips. He then turned around and left while the clear bell rang. You want to see Big Sister Lillian, right? All right, come with me. Thales used his gaze to signal at the 2 people, who looked rather uneasy, and followed after her. The 3 of them followed Qianqian. They moved through the curtains and entered the corridor with an ambiguous atmosphere. Damn it. Thales stared at Qianqian's graceful figure in front of him. He heard Commodore mumble behind him. This boy is prettier than a girl. That's not a boy, Glover replied softly. He was still wary. He's a eunuch. Commodore was shocked. What? Glover held Commodore tightly and whispered. They go through strict selection and training. They go through strict selection and training. They are castrated when they are very young. Their male organs are removed to prevent them from having Adam's apple, vigorous hair, developed muscles, broad bones, and other masculine features. They enter the palace and serve the nobles. Thales was equally shocked. He stared at Qianqian's slender and delicate back and frowned. Commodore's shock had yet to fade. I know that there were eunuchs in ancient times, but I thought that this kind of people had already gone extinct. They have indeed gone extinct here. They have been out of fashion since the age of the Empire. Glover's tone was still stiff. The ones you see now are basically transported by sea from the eastern peninsula, or the outer islands in the west. Commodore's curiosity did not diminish. He continued to ask in a whisper. Eunuchs. Thales lowered his head and pondered. At this moment, a pleasant fragrance entered his nose. How old are you? Thales was shocked. It was only then that he realized that Qianqian had already come to his side without him noticing. She was pressing against his arm. What? Qianqian covered her mouth and laughed. She touched Thales' shoulder. I've seen irresponsible older brothers bringing their younger brothers to have a taste. Thales twitched his eyebrows awkwardly. But at this age, your older sisters will not take you seriously. They will either laugh at you and tease you, or they will drain you dry, whether it be your wallet or your body. Qianqian hugged Thales' arm and leaned her head against his shoulder, whether intentionally or not. Why don't I bring you out for a drink and a walk? When your older brothers are done with their business, you can go back with them. As he felt the softness of her body and the fresh fragrance, Thales' body stiffened. He resisted the urge to shake her off. I can't. Let me tell you a secret. Qianqian gently lifted the hood beside Thales' ear. Her hot breath tickled his ear. Actually, things between a man and a woman are not fun at all. What? Thales turned his head stiffly. Qianqian blinked and smiled brightly. Really? Her voice was sweet and gentle. When men come to Red Street Market. Qianqian glanced behind her in disdain and tightened her grip on Thales' arm. It's not because it's comfortable, and it's not because they want to do it. Qianqian snorted softly and pouted. They come here to do it because they can't find anyone else to do it. Or they want to prove something by doing it. They want to create an atmosphere or achieve something. Just like your brother brought you here. Thales blinked. So, Qianqian stared into his eyes in a serious manner. That's not fun. What's more, you have to be with two other men. Even if they are your older brothers. Thales' expression became more and more awkward. Looking at the other party's embarrassed look, the beautiful teenager burst into laughter. How do you know about things between a man and a woman? Thales tried hard to think of a way to escape and retorted casually. You're not. Qianqian's face turned pale. She lowered her head and bit her lip. Thales felt the hand that was holding him tremble. Looking at Qianqian's disappointed expression, the prince reacted. Sorry, I mean no harm. But Qianqian suddenly raised her head and broke into a smile. I know you didn't do it on purpose. The gentle and beautiful teenager revealed a cunning look. You're different from them. Qianqian paused for a second and smugly whispered in his ear. You're still a virgin. Thales was instantly petrified. Qianqian tugged at his arm and continued to move forward. But let me tell you, it's your first time doing it with a woman. That's nothing. The teenager stuck close to Thales, and the fragrance of his body filled Thales' nose. It's your first time doing it with a man, or even someone who isn't a man and a woman. That's what I call interesting. Thales widened his eyes and was momentarily at a loss. Seeing his reaction, Qianqian giggled even more. The teenager, who was prettier than a girl, held Thales' palm and rhythmically tickled the back of the prince's hand. You know, if it were me, I could show you a lot of interesting tricks and ways to play. My body can do a lot of things that you can't imagine. The kind that even big sisters can't do. Believe me, you'll be so happy that you won't be able to find your bearings. Qianqian winked at him in a profound manner. Her voice was filled with charm. Thales stared at him in a daze, and his face heated up a little. Hey, I told you. Glover's angry shout rose from behind him. He finally noticed Qianqian, who had appeared beside Thales without him noticing. Stay away from my little brother. The zombie extended his hand and pulled Thales back to his side. He pointed at Qianqian's nose and warned her. Or get closer to my fist. Qianqian glared at him with an aggrieved expression. Then, she threw Thales a resentful look, snorted softly, and turned her head around. But this time, the teenager moved his hips and shouted in a loud and clear manner. It's Master Raphael's business. Master Raphael's business. The three of you, please look for Miss Lillian. Glover and Commodore's expressions changed. I told you, keep a low profile. Commodore hurriedly rushed forward, but when he thought of the other party's identity, he only extended his hand halfway before he trembled and lowered it. Qianqian snorted delicately and walked casually in the corridor. She said loudly in an unconcerned manner, "Oh, sorry. Master Raphael wants to keep a low profile." Glover was enraged. He was about to say something, but Thales pulled him back and stopped him from arguing with Qianqian. It's okay. Thales smiled stiffly. Qianqian, you just need to lead the way. Commodore coughed and stopped provoking the coquettish eunuch teenager. He turned his head around and whispered to Glover. I think that maybe you should be nicer to him. Glover glared at him. But at that moment, the door on the side opened. A hand suddenly stretched out and pressed down on Qianqian's shoulder. Ouch! Qianqian shuddered in an exaggerated manner, and her face turned pale. Under the dim light, a well-built man who looked like he was not to be trifled with lifted the curtain and appeared in front of them. The man was dressed in a simple and low-key dark-colored regular robe. His face was also hidden under the cloak, and he looked no different from a brothel customer who came to seek pleasure, just like the three of them. They are looking for Lillian? The cloaked man's voice was boorish and deep, and he harbored malicious intentions. When they saw that someone was blocking their way, Glover and Commodore frowned at the same time. They went forward together and blocked Thales behind them. Ah, sir, you scared me. Qianqian panted to calm her breathing. She did not forget to use the opportunity to rub the man's muscular forearm. That's right. Look, it's Master Raphael. He and his brothers specifically asked for Miss Lillian. What's wrong? The brothel customer under the cloak let go of Qianqian and Commodore. He slowly walked to the three of them and sized up Glover, who was the leader, under the dim light. Zombie instinctively lowered his head, so that the man could not see his face clearly. So you're the three of you who are hiding around and want Lillian to accompany you? Raphael? The brothel customer observed the two of them before he looked at Thales, who was behind them. He smiled in disdain. If I were to guess, you're a guard who came out to play with a certain young master? Glover snorted coldly. It's none of your business. When he heard that the man's tone was very harsh, the customer under the cloak also changed his tone. You're so familiar with this. So, you were the one who came to Lillian in the past? Glover hesitated for a moment before he turned his head around and cast a glance at Thales. Yes, so what if I was? But the customer sneered and curled his lips, which were exposed under the cloak. Very well. I'll pay you double. The brothel customer brought out a heavy bag of money and placed it in Qianqian's hands without a care in the world. I'll pay for Lillian from afternoon to night. Glover's expression changed drastically. Thales and Commodore looked at the heavy bag of money and looked at each other. They felt resigned and speechless. Qianqian weighed the bag of money in her hands and cast a glance inside. She instantly looked delighted. Thank you, boss. Boss, you're so generous. The teenager gave her a thumbs up before he cast a provocative glance at Glover. He then quickly moved in front of the new customer. All right, boss, who will pay you double. Please come with me. We welcome generous and straightforward people like you the most. But unexpectedly, Glover raised his head swiftly and pressed down on Qianqian, who was about to turn around. You want Lillian as well? Zombie asked coldly. Yes, the man sneered. From today to night, I'm afraid she won't have time to accompany you. Glover was silent for a while. Commodore coughed softly. Why don't we change? Triple. Zombie ignored Commodore. He suppressed his anger, pulled out his bag of money, and threw it to Tian. We'll pay you triple. You can get lost now. This time, it was Thales and Commodore's turn to be stunned. Raphael? Commodore hesitantly patted Glover's shoulder. It's best if we don't. Generous. Generous. Boss, you are even more generous. Tian weighed the 2 bags of money in her hands and blinked happily. She immediately stood beside the trio again. She turned her head around and cast a glance at the cloaked brothel customer before she spread her hands in resignation. Then customer, since Sir Raphael said so, I can't do anything about it. Triple? The brothel customer sneered under the cloak and took a step forward. What? So what if you're rich? Glover clenched his fists and snorted angrily. The man arrived in front of Glover. He was not any weaker than Glover. Do you know who I am? Do you know that I can make you stay in the jail from tonight until next week with a flick of my finger? I don't King care who you are. Glover did not take a single step back. His expression was as cold as ice. Lillian is mine. There's no room for discussion. Glover and the other party exchanged a tit-for-tat glance in the dark. Very well. The brothel customer clicked his tongue and said. He suppressed his boorish voice and took out another bank note. Then I'll pay you quadruple. If it's not enough, I'll add more. From today onwards, Lillian is mine. I'll pay you alone. Tian's eyebrows twitched. But before she could calculate how much she could get from this, Glover spoke again. It doesn't matter how many times you pay me. Zombie continued to take a step forward. He was almost touching the brothel customer's forehead. The threat in his words was filled with bone-chilling coldness. You get lost immediately. Lillian is mine and she's mine only. The man said in a deep voice. I dare you to say it again. I'll talk. Glover did not show any signs of weakness. You get lost. Thales had never seen such a persistent side to Glover. He and Commodore looked at each other before they went forward anxiously. Glover. Raphael. We can't do this. But Glover seemed to be in a rage. He turned a deaf ear to them. When Tian saw that the situation was about to go out of control, he quickly raised his voice in an attempt to get more people to come over. Even though he was used to seeing customers fighting for a man's favor. Hey this. Mr. Lindbergh? You can't say that. Laurel Club has its rules. All those who come are customers. But he was immediately interrupted. Wait. The brothel customer looked up coldly and revealed a chin that was as sharp as a knife. He said, What's your name? Lindbergh. Glover laughed angrily. Raphael. The zombie exuded an ominous presence, and there was a fierce glare in his eyes. Raphael Lindbergh. Do you have a problem with that? The brothel customer turned his head slightly. His aura also changed. I have no problem with that. It's just that the person with this name happens to be working for a cop. The brothel customer gently unbuttoned his cloak and began to exercise his knuckles. He has a grudge against me. The cloaked man's tone was very ominous. Glover's gaze became even sharper. Even his unsmiling face looked ferocious in contrast. Very well. Glover clenched his fists, and his voice was as cold as ice. Then, I will avenge him. When she saw that both of them had begun to exercise their limbs, Tian cleverly took a step back. As Tian shouted, the doors in the corridor opened one after another. Curious heads popped out from the gaps between the doors. Most of them were young girls with beautiful bodies and revealing clothes. They watched the conflict that was about to erupt with interest. Wow, it's for Lillian again? Oh my, the life of a top hostess is so good. Well, she's the one who's going to take over as a wet nurse. I think Tian is up to no good again. Is she a noble? Is she a noble? The kind who has money and power to keep me as her mistress? Both of them are my type. I can take them both. Tisk tsk. Look at that money bag. I reckon there are 30 gold coins. There's a sideshow. I bet that the one on the left will win. As they whispered among themselves, Thales and Commodore looked around and thought that they were in trouble. The latter grabbed Glover's shoulder, but the zombie broke free from his grip. All of you step back, Glover said coldly. Give me 30 seconds. No need. The cloaked man was completely unconcerned. He shook his head. 10 seconds will be enough. Thales was about to say something, but in the next second, the cloaked man and Glover moved at the same time. Asterisk bang. Asterisk a strong gust of wind spread in all directions, and the two men's arms collided. The cloaked man used his palm to block Glover's fist in front of him. Both of them could guess the other's strength, and they frowned at the same time. Commodore only had time to pull Thales back. He was exasperated. Damn it, looks like he's trained. The cloaked man sensed his opponent's strength, and his arm trembled slightly as they wrestled. You served in the army before? Yes. Glover, who had attacked, had a ferocious look on his face. His gaze was fierce. He gritted his teeth and said, "On your mother's bed." The cloaked man's gaze changed. Both fists retreated at the same time before they collided. Asterisk thud. Asterisk this was the first time Thales saw Glover use force. The vanguard's fists and kicks advocated offense. They were ruthless, direct, and shockingly powerful. His fists were imbued with the power of eradication, and wherever they went, a strong gust of wind would blow, causing people's expressions to change. But his opponent was obviously not a weakling either. The cloaked man faced the fierce punches, but he did not avoid them. He fought with his fists, and he did not seem to be at a disadvantage at all. Both of them attacked without holding back. They did not care about the fists that landed on their bodies either. They seemed to have made up their minds to attack each other until the end. Oh no, this is also a super-class fighter, and his power of eradication is the type that leans towards offense. Commodore protected Thales, and he was extremely anxious. How are we going to end this? Thales also had a headache. They were only here to avoid the Brotherhood's search, but they did not expect to run into Glover, who was known to be taciturn and unsociable, fighting with someone over a girl. The two brawny men made quite a commotion when they fought. The spectators behind the doors on both sides of the corridor watched with great interest, and they occasionally commented, "Oh my, they're fighting again. Come and see. Where's Blood Bottle Gang? Are they just going to ignore us after receiving protection fees? Tinker. Where are you, Tinker? Manage the order. Grandmother Laurel is going to have a headache again. Ah, don't, that's my favorite curtain." Asterisk thud. Asterisk the fist hit the man and a dull thud rose. "Lillian is mine." Glover grabbed the man's arm and slammed him against the wall. He gritted his teeth. "You stay away from her." Asterisk bang. Asterisk the cloaked man charged back and pushed Glover to the other side of the corridor. "Hee hee, are you one of those rich nobles who came to look for Lillian? Bah, are you even worthy?" Asterisk thud. Asterisk a loud sound rose. Glover threw a hook at the man, and he staggered backwards. He roared in anger. "You cannot come and look for her again." The man coughed up a few drops of blood. He turned around and pushed Glover to the ground. Asterisk crash. Asterisk, I should be the one saying that. Both of them fell to the ground. The man tried his best to grab Glover's neck, but the latter tried his best not to let him lock his neck. Lillian is free. She can follow whoever she wants. Glover flipped over and counterattacked. He pinned his opponent under his body. Nonsense, are you going to get lost or not? Within a few minutes, both of them were truly enraged, and they completely forgot about themselves. They fought with their fists and kicks to the fight on the ground, and they used their skills to lock hands to wrestle with each other. Thales frowned secretly as he watched. Commodore slapped his thigh while he watched by the side. Damn it, this is not over. He turned around and looked at Thales, who was frowning. Your Highness, stay where you are. I have to handle this. Thales watched the two people who were locked in a stalemate with their fists flying everywhere. He asked in puzzlement, Are you sure? Commodore removed his cloak and smiled in a relaxed manner. It's nothing. You know, when I was still in the police station in the inner city, I had to protect those rich nobles when they went out. And I have seen a lot of this kind of jealousy. Thales still had doubts. But Commodore exercised his fists, and his face was full of confidence. As long as we separate them and let both of them have a way out. Thales wanted to say something, but Commodore had already rushed into the fight. Are you done? The guard displayed the close quarters combat skills he displayed when he sparred with Thales. He threw a punch here and a jab there, and he separated Glover and his opponent perfectly. He pushed both of them against the wall. Both of them gasped for breath and got up from the ground. Commodore showed Thales a smile that said, "Everything is under my control," and extended his hand to stop the two people who were still fighting. His tone was filled with the awe-inspiring and solemn tone he had when he was in the police station. "Listen to me, there is no need for us to be here for a woman." But in the next moment, Thales' expression changed. He saw Glover get up, roar, and throw a punch forward. F***CKU. The cloaked man supported himself against the wall and turned his head around. With a savage expression, he turned around and delivered an elbow strike. Go. Bang. Thud. Commodore stood in the middle and acted as the mediator. Before his smile disappeared, he was caught off guard. He suffered two merciless blows, and he trembled violently. Thales could feel it, and he covered his face in pain. In the next second, Commodore's eyes rolled back, and he fell backward with his back straight. Chapter 597. When they saw that it was a third person who was fighting, the two people who were fighting came back to their senses and were stunned. F***CK, didn't I tell you to step back? This was the exasperated Glover. You don't look like much. This was the cloaked patron who was gloating. Their gazes met again, and anger rose in their hearts. Without waiting for Thales to speak, Glover pounced on him again. F***CKU. The cloaked patron did not want to be outdone. He returned the favor with a punch. F***CKU too. With a thud, the two men's figures collided again. They separated and reunited, and they fought to their heart's content. Listen up, if you dare to touch Lillian with your filthy hands, hiss. Does it hurt? Hee if you harass her again, this is... R. I have never lost a fight since I was young. Irk. I have never fought before, because no one dares to fight me. Ouch. I have killed more people than the girls you have slept with. Wha? The girls I have slept with are... F***CK no. Ouch. Thales looked at Commodore, who was unconscious on the ground, and the two people who were happily fighting with each other. He rubbed his face, feeling a headache coming on. He did not know what to do. Even louder discussions came from the cracks in the doors on both sides of the corridor. At this moment, a loud and stern female voice came from afar. Enough. This is Laurel Club. For some reason, when they heard this voice, the two people who were wrestling on the ground shuddered at the same time. Thales turned his head around. A beautiful woman came with a lamp. She had a nice figure, and her eyes were gentle. Behind her was a listless and sickly man, and the obedient and innocent Sissy. When this beauty appeared, not only did Glover and his opponent stop fighting, even the whispers on both sides of the corridor became softer. The beauty's steps were light, and her waist was slender. At that moment, her face was as cold as ice. She walked to Thales' side. The prince quickly lowered his head, and watched the two people who were fighting. You get up. The beauty spoke harshly and glared at the man under the cloak. But her every frown and smile was charming. Even her anger was enchanting. The man looked up and said awkwardly, Miss Lillian. The beautiful woman named Lillian frowned and said angrily, Move. The burly man quickly let go of Glover and scrambled to get up in a sorry state. So this is the star of Laurel Club, Miss Lillian? Thales muttered. Glover panted and stared at Lillian blankly. You. Lillian stared at Glover for a long time before she said coldly, Step back. Glover's expression was complicated. At that moment he seemed to be excited and ashamed. Lillian widened her eyes. Back off. Glover seemed to have heard a military order. He quickly got up and retreated. Thales suspected that he did not even carry out Mallow's orders so well. Lillian turned around and looked at the gaps in the doors that were opened all around the corridor. Do you have nothing to do? Lillian looked around and shouted loudly, Go! Then go find a man to fuck. If it really doesn't work, then I'll use women. Without waiting for her to speak again, the girls behind the door began to move, and the sound of the door closing rose and fell. The dim and ambiguous corridor became solemn and silent again. Glover and the client hid their bruised and swollen faces under their cloaks again. They stood on both sides of the corridor with their hands behind their backs, like two children who had done something wrong. Lillian raised the lamp and shone it on Commodore, who was groaning in pain on the floor. She frowned. She turned around and ordered the listless man behind her. "Tinker, help him up." The man sighed and went forward to help Commodore up. "Pull yourself together, bro. No one can die in the club." Glover also went forward and helped the man hold Commodore up. At the same time, he called out the man's name. "Hey, Tinker." Tinker cast a glance at Glover and curled up the corners of his lips. "You came at a bad time, Pudgy Dumpling." "Pudgy Dumpling?" Thales was stunned for a moment. He looked at Glover and could not think of the nickname Pudgy Dumpling. Tinker sighed and said, "Mother Laurel is sick from anger." "Mother Laurel is sick from anger. The black ribbons just left." Glover frowned and said, "Black silk robes? You mean the Brotherhood? Are they here to cause trouble?" Tinker shook his head and did not want to say more. He stared at Glover with a distant and complicated gaze. After she dealt with the few people, Lillian turned around and looked at the third person who stood with her head lowered, Qianqian. "Was it fun?" the beautiful woman asked coldly. "Ha!" Qianqian raised her head. She looked surprised and innocent. "I was just trying my best to attract customers. You know, the sales." "What the hell are you talking about?" Lillian's emotions flared up. She shouted angrily, "I shouldn't have asked a spineless person like you to welcome customers." Qianqian trembled violently. She looked like she was about to cry. "Sister Lillian, I." When Lillian saw Qianqian's pitiful look, her heart softened. She sighed and waved her hand. "Forget it. Hurry up and do what you need to do." Qianqian instantly smiled through her tears. "Hee sister," Lillian frowned. "Hurry up and get lost. If you continue to hide, the wet nurse will sell you to the desert sooner or later. You will be sold to the barren bone people as food." Qianqian did not dare to delay any longer. She quickly turned around and went downstairs. When she left, she did not forget to make a cute face at Thales. Thales watched the development of the situation and thought, "The situation is complicated. I can't expose my identity yet. It's best for me to keep a low profile and keep quiet." Glover and Tinker helped Commodore to Thales' side and let him lean against the wall to rest. Then they walked towards Lillian. Glover took a deep breath and said hesitantly, "Lillian, But in the next moment, Lillian gave him a backhand slap. Slap. Get out. Get out. Lillian pointed at the stairs and said sternly. Her voice was a little distorted. "You are not welcome here." Thales was shocked. Tinker looked at Glover, who was slapped. He wanted to say something, but he still shut his mouth. Glover touched the side of his face that was slapped. He looked at Lillian in a daze, but he did not get angry. "Lillian, Glover did not dare to look at Lillian. He took a deep breath and shifted his focus to the hooded customer. "This guy, is he here?" Lillian scowled, and she was very angry. "He's my man." Glover was instantly at a loss for words. The man under the cloak trembled violently. He turned his head to look at Lillian mechanically. "What? Him?" Glover looked at Lillian in a daze, then at the man. He was greatly shocked. "Yes, you still don't know, right? He's a regular customer." The club's top hostess, Lady Lillian, hugged the man's arm. She stroked it gently while she deliberately sneered at Glover. "He's so long, so hard, and so durable. I like him very much. Every night, I'll make him feel so good." But Thales could feel that the man became a little stiff under Lillian's touch. Ahem, yes. I'm her man." Under Lillian's threatening gaze, the hooded customer mechanically allowed the woman to wrap his arm around his shoulder. Glover lowered his head and clenched his fists tightly. They trembled slightly under the cloak. He took a deep breath. "I'm not here to cause trouble." Tinker sighed by the side. You better be. You've already caused enough trouble." Glover's body stiffened. He subconsciously walked forward. His gaze was eager and guilty. "Lillian, Tinker, I'm just here." She said it. The hooded customer next to Lillian quietly broke free from the top hostess. He pressed down on Glover's shoulder and pushed him back. "You're not welcome here." But this time, Glover was absent-minded. He was not deliberately fighting back and was defenseless. His back hit the wall when the hooded person pushed him. It affected the whip wound on his back. Glover sucked in a cold breath and hissed through gritted teeth. Lillian's expression changed. Tinker also noticed this and asked in confusion, "Fat Dumpling, are you hurt?" Glover took a deep breath and shook his head. The hooded customer rubbed his fists proudly. "Humph, you overestimate yourself. Next time, you better find a suitable pseudonym." But before he finished speaking, Lillian turned around angrily and slapped him with the back of her hand. Slap. The hooded customer was stunned and touched his face innocently. "Ha." Fales furrowed his eyebrows. "Why did you hit him so hard?" Lillian pointed at the panting Glover and glared at the hooded man angrily. "You?" The hooded man looked at Glover. He was instantly aggrieved and confused. It's not him," Glover panted and said while enduring the pain. "It's this morning. This morning, I was whipped by my boss." Lillian understood. The lady looked at Glover with a complicated expression. After a while she said fiercely, "Serves you right." She turned around and pushed open a door. She walked in. "All of you come in. Tinker, get the first aid kit." The listless man frowned and said, "But Lillian urged, "Hurry up." Glover shook his head. "I've already bandaged him." Lillian turned around and glared at him. "Shut up. Hurry up and come in." Glover immediately stopped talking. Fales hit at the side. It was hard to imagine that a man like Glover would have such a gentle side. "And the one who fell. Help him in." Fales quickly caught up to them. Together with Glover, they helped Commodore into the room and let him lie down to rest. Lillian pulled out a chair and pushed Glover down without any explanation. She skillfully pulled open his clothes and revealed the bandages on his upper body. They were stained with blood. When Lillian saw this, she snorted angrily. "You only know how to cause trouble." Glover lowered his head in shame and did not answer. He was like an obedient kitten. Even though she scolded him harshly, Lillian's hands did not stop. She removed Glover's bandages and skillfully applied medicine on him. "Damn it." The hooded client entered the room as well. He rubbed his red and swollen chin while he looked at the blood on Glover's body. He said in surprise, "Did you fight with me while you were injured?" "That's not important." When Glover saw that it was the hooded client, he snorted angrily and refused to show weakness. "Even if my head is chopped off, I can still beat you up." The hooded client snorted softly. "I'd like to see how stubborn you can be until. Are you done with your nonsense?" Both of them shut up at the same time. "As for you," Lillian turned around and glanced at the hooded client. "What are you still doing here? Do you really want to do business with me?" Glover raised his head warily. The customer under the cloak shuddered. No. He shook his head and chuckled. All right, I'll leave now." The hooded client tiptoed out of the room and closed the door behind him. How unlucky. He shook his head and thought. He inadvertently touched the bruise on his face, and he grimaced in pain. At this moment, "Hey, wait." The hooded client lowered his head and found that the shortest guy had slipped out at some point in time and was standing beside him. Fales frowned and scrutinized the man in the cloak. The man immediately put on a stern expression, and the pain on his face disappeared. "Why, brat, do you want to help your brother get back at him?" He raised his fist and said fiercely. Fales glanced sideways at the man's cloak and crossed his arms. "If so." The man snickered. "Don't even think about it. With your physique, you won't be able to do it even if you train for another 10 years. The cloaked man waved his hand in disdain and turned to leave. Fales' expression did not change. He stared at the man's back and said airily, "Cohen." In the next second, Fales was satisfied to see the man in the cloak tremble. The man froze for a second, then straightened his back as if nothing had happened, and continued to walk forward. But Fales' voice rose again. "Cohen, Caribbean?" As expected, Fales saw the man in front of him trip and hold on to the wall so that he would not fall flat on his face. After a full 3 seconds, the hooded client, the first-class police officer of Western City Police Station, Cohen the big blockhead Caribbean, turned his head around while trembling. How did you know?" "I couldn't tell." Thales looked at him in disdain. I just thought you looked familiar. I was just asking. Then you confessed. Cohen was stunned for a few seconds. He pulled back his hood, put on a fierce expression and walked towards him. You, which noble's brat are you? Thales took a step back and hid his face in the shadows. You don't need to know who I am, you only need to know. But before he could finish, Thales, son of Hell's River, sensed danger and surged. Asterisk bang. Asterisk Cohen's arm came at him like a volcanic eruption. Thales could only raise his hand to block the attack. Yo, the police officer snorted. Your reaction is pretty fast. But in the next second, Cohen's attack came in a continuous stream. His fists and elbows intersected. Wait! Before Thales could finish his words, he had to keep up with the rhythm and defend against the police officer's merciless attacks. Fists, elbows, legs, muscles collided, and the suffocating wind generated by the punches. Thales could be considered to have experienced what Glover felt just now. Cohen's attacks were like a surging tide, and each wave was stronger than the last. He could only try his best to defend, and had no time to counterattack. The sin of Hell's River roared madly, and it made Cohen's body shine with the sparkling but seemingly endless power of eradication in his body. Within a few seconds, Thales and Cohen exchanged a few blows, and he knew that things were not looking good. This was the first time Thales fought against Cohen, and it was also the first time he felt his opponent's majestic and mighty power of eradication. It was endless and endless. It was hard and forceful, swift and rapid, and difficult to defend against. It was so overwhelming that Thales could not breathe. You think you can threaten me just because you know who I am? Threaten the kingdom's police officer? Cohen sneered. You think too much. Thales could not stop his defense at all. He was practically suffocating. Even though he looked stupid and dazed, Cohen's movements were skillful and his strength was astonishing. He suppressed Thales to the point where he could not fight back, and could only moan in pain after each exchange. If it was before he entered the Great Desert, he would probably have been defeated in 1 or 2 rounds. Strange, Thales thought as he defended painfully. According to Waya, wasn't this blockhead always very weak in extet, and the one who was beaten up badly by everyone he met? Why is it not like that at all when we fight? Waya, you lied to me. Let me tell you. Cohen watched Thales struggle miserably under his hands. He could not help but say smugly, when I was commanding the Northland and beating up the Northland barbarians. Who knows where you were? After receiving a straight punch without any fancy moves, Thales finally could not take it anymore. He lost his footing and crashed into the wall. Coming to a place like this at such a young age? If I knew it. You good-for-nothings, your brains are full of women. Cohen stretched out his arm and pinned Thales down. If I were your father, I would spank your little butt. Cohen snorted coldly and lifted Thales' hood. At that moment, the air became quiet. Their gazes met. Cohen's eyes widened. The teenager looked embarrassed. A few seconds passed. Cohen. Thales took a deep breath. Listen to me. But, kid you Cohen's tone was at first dazed, then puzzled. You look familiar? It was Thales' turn to be stunned. But he immediately realized that the light in the corridor was too dim, and Cohen did not recognize him. Great. Thales broke free from Cohen's hand and prepared to put on his cloak again. But at that moment, the door to the room opened with a bang, revealing sunlight and illuminating the 2 people in the corridor. The moment he saw the teenager's face, Cohen's eyes widened. Hey, I need to go to the toilet. Pudgy Dumpling wants you to go in. Tinker's head appeared at the door. But when he saw the posture of the 2 people hugging each other, he raised his eyebrows and immediately changed his words. Oh, sorry for the interruption. You guys continue. Tinker seemed to be used to this kind of thing. He skillfully apologized and slammed the door shut. The 2 people who were hugging each other against the wall and looking at each other were once again left in the dim and ambiguous corridor. You are. With the help of the light just now, Cohen finally recognized the teenager in front of him. He could not believe it. Your Highness. Thales was shocked and immediately stopped him from shouting his name. Waya. My name is Waya. He looked around warily and kept winking at Cohen. Cohen was momentarily stunned. But maybe Cohen knew the real Waya. Or maybe his brain was working for once since he was also in disguise. The police quickly let go of Thales and chuckled. Oh, Waya. So it's you, big brother Waya. Cohen patted Thales' shoulder as if they were close brothers. After breaking free, Thales heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at the countless doors in the corridor, and also put on a fake smile. Ha ha ha, yes, what a coincidence, Cohen. Lorbeck. Cohen quickly said, also stopping the prince from shouting his name. I'm Lorbeck, Lorbeck Dara. The police smiled sheepishly and pointed at himself. Thales thought of something and chuckled as well. Oh, big brother Lorbeck. He thumped Cohen's chest, and the two of them looked around warily. To outsiders, it looked like two good friends who had not seen each other for a long time were both excited. Damn it! Why did I have to meet this blockhead? Damn it! Why did I have to meet this troublemaker? As they exchanged glances, the two of them patted each other's shoulders and chests passionately, with a hint of competition in the dark. With a bang, the door opened again and light spilled out to illuminate the corridor. Can I go to the toilet now? Tinker peeked his head out from the crack of the door, and saw the two of them putting their hands on each other. He immediately shut his mouth again. Damn it, it's been so long. Tinker's expression became a little tense. He impatiently retracted his head and closed the door. Are you still doing foreplay? When the door closed, Thales and Cohen came back to their senses, and let go of each other awkwardly. Cohen, no, big brother Lorbeck. This is Red Street Market. What are you doing here? Cohen choked. Sea Patrol? Thales raised his eyebrows. Cohen coughed and said sternly, Ahem. You know, I'm the police officer of Western City Police Station. Red Street Market. It's my jurisdiction. Thales looked at him suspiciously, but Cohen suddenly had an idea. Wait. The police officer was stern and awe-inspiring. He looked like an astute teacher who caught a student skipping class. You're big brother Waya. What are you doing here? This time it was Thales' turn to choke. The prince paused for a few seconds and looked back at Cohen with the same righteous tone. Patrol. Cohen's cheeks twitched. Ha. Thales raised his fist and coughed in his fist. Ahem. You know, I'm the second prince of Constellation. The entire capital. Thales looked up and said sternly, It's my jurisdiction. Cohen was stunned for a second. He then narrowed his eyes and glanced at Thales in disbelief. Thales faked a smile and glared back at him without showing any signs of weakness. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds in the dim corridor, the prince and the police officer glared at each other, expressing their disdain and dissatisfaction with each other's words and excuses. Just as the two of them stared at each other, wanting to force each other to give in under the pressure of their gazes, with a bang, the door opened again. How much do you want? Tinker's face appeared at the door, and his expression grew more impatient. But when he saw the two of them standing face to face and looking at each other lovingly, he immediately choked again. F***CK. Tinker looked at the two of them who were too preoccupied to care about anything else. In the end, he swallowed his complaints and closed the door while mumbling. You're even thinking about something. Thales and Cohen snapped out of their daze. They looked away and coughed at the same time. But right after they coughed, the two of them looked up at the same time and explained. You know, the police station occasionally needs to collect information. The prince also needs to inspect the people occasionally. The two of them spoke their own words. Their voices were mixed together, and they basically did not pay attention to what the other was saying. They could only judge the progress of the conversation through each other's expressions. But fortunately, they were particularly in sync in this aspect and stopped at the same point. Then our meeting this time. Cohen said tentatively. Thales heard him and understood. There's no need to spread it. The air was quiet for a while. A second later, they looked at each other and nodded with a straight face. The two of them held each other's hands and reached a rare consensus. Okay. Bang. This time, the door was violently and mercilessly pushed open. I say, it's not like there aren't any vacant rooms. Tinker's head appeared at the door again. Can you not stand here all the time? This time he clenched his fists anxiously and felt inexplicably indignant. I really need to pee. Chapter 598. When Thales returned to the room, Lillian had already applied medicine on Glover and wrapped him in bandages again. What is he doing here? Lillian's hands did not stop moving. She frowned at the confused Thales, then looked at Glover. Is this your bodyguard mission again? Take care of some noble young master? Including when he went whoring? Glover glanced at Thales and nodded with a subtle expression. Thales coughed. Nice to meet you, Miss Lillian. I am the second prince. Under Glover's terrified gaze and Lillian's puzzled gaze, Thales added his words in time and said with a smile. My attendant. W.Y. Casso. Thales put on a fake smile and rubbed his hands together as he stood in the corner. Glover heaved a sigh of relief and lowered his head to drink some water. Wow, the prince's attendant. Lillian raised her eyebrows and inadvertently exuded 1,000 kinds of flirtatious charm. You seem very powerful. Have you come here to play? Thales waved his hand and squeezed himself into a corner. He tried his best to look harmless. No, I just came over to take a look. Lillian sized up his figure and face, her beautiful eyes sparkling. The prince's attendant. The woman smiled charmingly. So little brother Waya, your daily job is to feed that prince a cock? Puff. Glover spat out a mouthful of water beside the table. Thales' expression froze as well. Ha 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 ha. Thales' face contorted as he tried his best to ease his embarrassment. Madam, you are so humorous. Lillian arched her eyebrows and glanced at Glover. So, Fat Dumpling brought you here to have sex? Glover's expression froze. Thales waved his hand awkwardly again. Me? No. But Lillian ignored him. She touched her lips seductively and thought for a moment. Let me see. No, at his age and in such a condition, greedy whores like Cosette and Olivia would fuck him to death. Lillian's eyes lit up. There was something else in her eyes as she looked at the young man. Why don't I take the order myself and give you a massage? Thales was stunned. Bang. No. Before Glover could wipe the water from his mouth, he subconsciously slapped the table. No. When he saw Glover's anxious, pained and indignant, and even slightly warning, gaze, Thales' heart skipped a beat, and he chuckled. You've misunderstood, Miss Lillian. I'm really not here to. Lillian came to a realization and felt a little awkward. Oh, I understand. You're not looking for a girl to satisfy your cravings. Thales breathed a sigh of relief and smiled sheepishly. Yes, I'm not. But Lillian rolled her eyes and smiled. Don't worry, we also have male technicians here. Thales' smile froze. Whether you like a muscular man, a haggard young man, a middle-aged eccentric uncle, or an old man. Thales' expression changed again, and he waved his hands madly. No, I don't want a man either. You don't like men either? Lillian was taken aback and sized him up again. The hostess of the club looked out the door and finally sighed. Trust me, young master. Lillian looked at Thales with a strange expression. Qian is beautiful and understands men's needs, but he's not easy to deal with. If you're infatuated with him, you'll suffer. Ha, Qian? Thales was stunned at first, then he reacted. Thales' face was flushed red. He tried his best to skip the word prostitute. I'm really not here to do business with you. Glover, who had a strange expression for a long time, reminded Thales in a low voice. Lillian. A few seconds later, the hostess of Laurel Clubhouse giggled when she saw Thales' embarrassment. I know. Lillian crossed her arms. Her upper body swayed in a seductive arc, but she exuded a capable and experienced air. I just wanted to see if you really don't know the ropes, or if you're just shy. Thales froze again and stared at her in a daze. Lillian sized him up again, clicked her tongue, and shook her head. Both. She covered her mouth and laughed. Ha ha, fledgling. Thales' face darkened. He really wanted to explain that he really wasn't. But after Lillian was done teasing him, her expression turned cold. Now if you're done, you can get lost. When Glover heard this, he hesitated. Lillian, I didn't mean to. Yes. You didn't mean to. Lillian interrupted him harshly. Once again, she showed her uncompromising manner. You said the same thing last time. Glover's voice froze, and he immediately became listless. Thales gulped. He subconsciously shrank further into the corner to avoid this lover's quarrel. But Lillian was not done yet. Anger and pain appeared in her eyes. But the burns, cuts, and whip marks on my body, the humiliation, and the marks are still there. Just as they were talking, this gentle and fierce girl actually didn't care about the taboo and lifted up her thin shirt. She exposed her beautiful upper body in front of the two of them. Thales and Glover were so frightened that they turned their heads away and closed their eyes. Do you want to see? Look. Lillian's tone changed a little. She stared at Glover, who had his eyes closed and did not dare to raise his head. She was sad and miserable, but also aggressive. Your achievements? The things you gave me. Although it was just an unintentional glance, Thales could see that even though her form was beautiful, Lillian's upper body, from her neck to her chest, and from her waist to her abdomen, was full of scars. It was a heart-wrenching sight. He could not help but be shocked. What kind of grudge did Glover and his soulmate accumulate for them to have such a strange relationship? The sound of clothes being put on could be heard in the air. Open your eyes, Lillian said coldly. I'm done putting on my clothes. I'm sorry, Lillian. But Glover did not open his eyes. He spoke in pain, and his voice trembled. I really want to. Lillian cut him off. Yes, I'm sorry. Apologize? Lillian's words were filled with hatred and heartache. It was complicated and subtle. This is the only thing you can say in the past and in the future. She put on her clothes, sneered, and looked elsewhere. She was like a lover whose heart had died a long time ago. Every F***ing time. When she said that, Glover's face instantly turned pale. He swayed violently, as though he had suffered a heavy blow. Thales stood quietly in the corner. He did not dare to say a word. This was not his battlefield. A few seconds later, facing the heartless Lillian, Glover stood up dejectedly. I understand. He pressed the table with difficulty and turned to the door. He even ignored Thales. I'm leaving now. At that moment, wait. Lillian's cold voice traveled into his ears again. Glover's body froze on the spot. Leave after your blood dries up. Lillian stared at the bandages on his body with a complicated expression. They will scare away the guests. Lillian's footsteps rang in the air. She walked towards the door. Glover did not move. He did not even dare to turn his head to look at her, let alone speak. What are you looking at? Lillian noticed Thales watching from the side. Her gaze became fierce, and she pretended to tear open her clothes. My asterisk. Thales was shocked and quickly lowered his head. Lillian stared at him for a second before she giggled. She pushed the door open and left in a charming manner. Fledgling. The sound of the door closing was heard. In the room with ambiguous decorations, Thales and Glover breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. The former leaned against the wall, while the latter swayed and sat down on the chair. One of them was deep in thought, while the other was dejected. Glover. Thales asked tentatively. Yes, Your Highness, why? The dejected Glover only realized that there was no one else in the room when he was halfway through his reply. He switched back to using the honorific title. The conversation stopped there. Both of them were silent for a while. It seemed like Lillian's influence had not disappeared. In the end, Thales sighed and broke the silence. How is Commodore? Glover snapped out of his daze and said absent-mindedly. Tinker moved him to another room. He has to rest for a while. It's not easy for me and young Master Caribbean to take punches. Thales furrowed his eyebrows. So Cohen, you recognize him? Glover nodded. His emotions were still at rock bottom, and he was absent-minded. When we stopped, both of them sank into silence again. Thales finally could not help but speak. About what happened just now. With a click, the door opened again. Thales and Glover instinctively shut their mouths and averted their gazes. This is such a long soak of urine. It feels so good. Tinker sighed in comfort as he walked in with his pants in his hands. Hey, I saw Lillian go out. He looked at the dejected Glover in the room and automatically ignored the teenager, Fales, who was much shorter than him, who was curled up in the corner. Tinker sat down in front of Glover and sighed. You have to understand her, Pudgy Dumpling. When he heard this title, Glover shuddered a little. I understand. The zombie slowly came back to his senses. He looked at the man in front of him with gratitude and a sense of closeness. Thank you, Tinker. Brother. Tinker's eyebrows twitched. He wanted to say something, but in the end he did not. Tinker hesitantly extended his hand as if he wanted to pat Glover's shoulder, but he stopped when he saw the bandages on Glover's body. So, Tinker's expression was complicated. You were whipped by your superior again? Like last time? Glover's expression was dark as he shook his head. It's different. Tinker snorted softly. Will I be as unlucky as last time? You know, you were locked up, and for a few months. No. Glover shook his head and denied it. He subconsciously looked at the corner. I changed my superior. He has a good temper. Fales quickly lowered his head and gave an, I don't know you attitude. That's good. Perhaps because he was not in the context, Tinker did not notice these small interactions. Instead, he sighed with emotion. Lillian almost went crazy during those days. When he heard this name, Glover was touched, and he shuddered again. The two men sat opposite each other in silence. I don't understand. A few seconds later, Glover, who seemed to have regained some of his composure, remembered something, and became indignant. That cop outside. Glover stopped talking and glanced at Thales. He changed to a formal title. I mean police officer. Tinker shook his head nonchalantly. Aha. Glover retracted his doubtful gaze. He's not Lillian's man? No. Tinker chuckled and shook his head. Lillian said that he's a good man, too good. So good that he can't be her man. Glover was silent for a while in the face of these profound words. Not her man. That means, you're just working with the cop? Tinker sneered. Working together? That stupid cop? With that little bit of brain of his? Beside him, Thales raised his eyebrows. He felt sorry for Cohen's reputation for a second. It's because he thinks we're working with him. It makes him feel a sense of accomplishment, so he will protect us. Tinker said sarcastically. Lillian has known him for a long time. I have to say, that guy is quite useful at times. He glanced at Glover for a second. At least it's better than relying on some noble's illegitimate son who has a lot of enemies to protect us, right? When he heard this, Glover was stunned again. As if he had expected Glover's reaction, Tinker waved his hand impatiently. All right, I'm just joking. He exhaled and gestured towards the door with his mouth. That greenhorn Ka something young came here a few years ago. He's a hothead, just like all the other greenhorns who have just arrived. He's straightforward, inflexible, and has great ideals of fairness and justice. Ever since the one-night war, from Black Street to Underground Street, from Red Street Market to Riverside Street, from the Brotherhood to the Iron Bat Society, he has been jumping up and down. At one point, he caused chaos in Lower City District and the Western District. Everyone hates him. I heard that even in the nests of the Greenskins, many people find him an eyesore. Thales thought about it and digested Cohen's activities over the years. It's fine if he's strong and sturdy. After all, it's not like we've never met a cop like him before. Tinker crossed his arms and smiled sarcastically. But I heard that he's not from an ordinary background. He even served in the Western Front Line. The big shots in the gang are unwilling to go against him. Otherwise, with his level, how could he still be alive and kicking until now? Glover's eyes focused slightly. So he's brought about change? Change. Tinker seemed to have heard a ridiculous joke, and the corners of his mouth twitched soundlessly. I admit that it might have been quite refreshing at first. Wow, there's a cop with skills, a backer, and a conscience among the cops' nests in Western District. When he said this, Tinker sneered disdainfully. But as everyone, be it us or the Black Silk Gang, gradually figured out how to deal with this idiot, we bribed the people around him, figured out his principles, saw his habit of enforcing the law, and acted according to the situation. We even cut off his enthusiasm from both ends. We hid the people he wanted to capture in advance, and bribed the cops to release the people he captured. We gave him false information, set him up, and made him suffer. A few years passed. Tinker's mood became more and more dejected, and his sarcasm became more deliberate. As it turns out, he's no different from the black-hearted cops of the past. He clicked his tongue in disdain and shook his head. At most, he's a little more cheerful. Fales sighed in his heart. He could tell that Tinker, who had a close relationship with Glover and Lillian, seemed to be a member of Blood Bottle Gang. If Glover was really a child beggar of Blood Bottle Gang as he said, then their relationship could be understood. But Fales found it a little strange. Why does Tinker have such complicated emotions when he talks about Cohen? Glover was silent for a while before he snorted angrily. I have a friend who was right. That cop has a problem with his brain. You'd better not interact with him. Tinker laughed again. But unexpectedly this time he shook his head. It has nothing to do with his brain. Tinker sighed softly. Red Street Market, Black Street, the Underground Street, the Grand Bazaar, the sewers, and even Star Plaza and Renaissance Palace. Every brick, every wall, every blade of grass and every tree in Eternal Star City has been exposed to the sun and rain for hundreds of years. Nothing has changed. It will not change either. Glover frowned and looked at him. It's as if someone used invisible glue to glue everything in Eternal Star City together. It's strong and sticky, Tinker said absent-mindedly. No matter how the wind and rain batter it, whether it's exposed to the sun or the rain, it will not move. When he heard this, Fales was momentarily stunned. And a guy who only has ideals and morals, even if he's the smartest scholar, the strongest warrior, or the most powerful king in the world, much less a silly cop. Tinker looked desolate and helpless. He smiled indifferently. Humph, it's the same. Nothing can change. Fales was dazed for a moment. Only has ideals and morals, nothing can change. Just like this damn world we live in. Tinker leaned against the table. His mood was downcast. It never changes. It won't. You're tuning in to the Echoes of the Heart YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.